Reggae Month is February. February is Reggae Month. Come catch the rhythm virtually. We gone online totally on Reggae Month TV. Mega reggae concerts, interesting reggae documentaries, informative reggae symposia, and lots more. Online daily from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. on PBCJ, Jam Vision, JCDC Facebook page, and several other cable and social media platforms. Details available on the Reggae Jamaica mobile app, Reggae Month TV. Tune in daily and be entertained and informed.
And now we're going to turn over the controls at the tower here to the great originator of all rap and ting, Mr. Uroy. Let it roll.
Instead of fussing and fighting, why not get together and live in one love and one unity, you know? Rebel in the morning, rebel in the evening too. Now don't you be like the devil when I play with songs called a rebel. How you mean, you know? When says a great adventurer, say you couldn't hear what I say, but let there be loving. Nothing in this world they could I never do. Never. I'm starting out to dread from living higher, baby. Let me tell you, say. Says I'm a living man and I got a lot of work to do. Wow, baby, music, come on, rock it with me then. I'm gonna rock it on over, baby. Baby, you can step it on over. She rebel in the morning, or rebel in the evening. And I say, baby, you come on, rock it on round there. East, west, north, or south, or capture, you know. So make it up, capture, you're different every week, but you go hear my Wednesday. So rock him on way round there. Yeah, baby, come on, move it on over. Mean that you got to get me stepping, little baby, keep me moving. Got to be on the move, yeah, me tell you people. See, rebel style, a runaway child, I beg you stop your running wild. See the morning sun on the hillside. Nothing in this world they could I never do. I'm starting out to drift from little higher, baby. Let me tell you, say. Well, I've got a lot of work to do now, and they rumble on the way. So come on over, baby, make you work it on round there. So ride on, baby, ride on there. Wow. See, so make you rock on, come over. She rebel in the morning, or rebel in the evening. God, Jaja works to perform each and every day, but along the way is not what tell you. Got to be on the movement till you Rasta picnic.
Daddy You on one of my favorite tracks, Soul Rebel, Natty Rebel. What a legacy, what a man. Wherever you are in the world, we ask that you give a moment of silence in respect for the originator. You want Beckford, Daddy You Roy. May his soul rest in peace, and may he continue to wake the town and tell the people. Right now we're waking the town and we're telling the people that Kingston, Jamaica, Kingston City has been a creative city of music since 2015. The UNESCO Creative Cities Network was created in 2004 to promote cooperation with and among cities that have identified creativity as a strategic factor for sustainable urban development. There are 246 cities which currently make up this network, and they work together towards a common objective placing creativity and cultural industries at the heart of their development plans at the local level and cooperating actively at the international level. Greetings, Reggae family. Welcome to another staging of Reggae Open University. I'm your host this evening. My name is Colleen Douglas, and I just want to take the opportunity to thank some wonderful people who made Reggae Month possible. The producers of Reggae Month, the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, and Jaria's biggest sponsor, the Ministry of Tourism, the Chase Fund, Sagicor, Starlight Productions, JTB, TEF, CPTC, Java, JCDC, Reggaeville, Rhythm Agency, Surfer Reggae, Reggae Festival Guide, M1 Production, and SR Rehearsal Studios. I'm pleased to have three wonderful people as my panelists today. On set with me is a sisterin, good sisterin too. Her name is Dania Beckford, and I dare her to behave herself today.
I will behave.
She is a brand communicator who has expert in media and communications for 15 years. It's a little bit over, but you know it is when we want to remain young. She's the Director of Entertainment at the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, and also founder and CEO of DMB Communications. She holds a master's degree in Integrated Marketing Communication and a first degree in Media and Communication, specializing in public relations with a minor in cultural studies from that good place called Carrimack at the University of the West Indies, Mona campus. And on Zoom, we have our brother, Mark Roach from New Zealand. Mark has over 25 years experience in the music industry across a number of roles, such as recording artist, indie record label owner, artist manager, licensing and copyright manager, music reviewer, broadcaster, and creative director. He co-founded Independent Music New Zealand and founded and chaired the Music Managers Forum New Zealand. He's also former chair of the Music and Audio Institute's Performance Advisory Committee. Welcome to Jamaica, Mark. Albeit virtually. We look forward when we open up. And we have David Wright. I should also say that Mark also owns and runs Muse Creative Agency, which specializes in artist management, graphic design, photography, and writing for music industry clients, as well as artist management. Sounds like Mark and us could have a good exchange.
I know.
David Wright. David, me no remember when I meet you, but me know I meet you somewhere. Is the local economic development officer at the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation. He works alongside the CEO and the political directorate in crafting and implementing local economic development initiatives and communication strategies for the KCMC. He left the Jamaica Observer in 2017 and began working at KCC and has worked on conceptualizing and implementing several corporate and government projects for the benefit of communities. And he wants me to let you know that he attends the Emmanuel Apostolic Church in Portmore and is a very proud Jamaica College old boy, Ibua's company. His interests include youth development, marketing and communication, local economic development, and sustainable development. Welcome, David. Welcome, Mark. And thanks, Dania, for sharing physical space with me.
No problem.
Albeit being physically distant.
Yes.
And I just want to share, I know we were just sharing a good vibe from Euro, and I want to share a good vibe from this part of Jamaica, a graduate of the Edna Manley College of the Visual and Performing Arts, in a band called Pentatush, doing a song in tribute to Kingston. And you know it goes in this world, so we kind of give them a vibe. We're going to go for a lovely little video.
Papa in my work, in my shop and cattle at Kingston. When gunshot a beat man dead in the street of Kingston. Girls are skylarking a body ride the shots down at Kingston. Hey, yeah. Kingston city, oh man, it's hard to live. And it takes her everything, it has nothing to give. We working from 9 to 5, in order to stay alive. You have to hustle. So many people die, living the Kingston life. Mama, she a work, she a hustle, she a struggle at Kingston. Papa in my work, in my shop and cattle at Kingston. When gunshot a beat man dead in the streets of Kingston. Girls are skylarking a body ride the shots of Kingston. Them pop up a piece of a cassava piece and 5 man get gunned down. The witness see it but can't make a speech or the mouse ever get gunned down. The feds them running.
I chose that song because outside of the fact that the rhythm is nice, you know, it kind of tells you what Kingston is for me. Kingston has a kind of pulse with everything. It gritty, it dirty sometimes, but it
have a vibe.
It have a vibe,
Yeah.
and it's a vibe that you get nowhere else but here. And I think it's because of that vibe that we get this special sound that we call reggae. We get this special sound that we now call dancehall, because of what Kingston is. And Danny, I'm going to go to you just because you're there beside me, and that's a polite thing to do. On what premise was Kingston given this status of creative city of music?
Well, you know, you said it in the introduction where you mentioned that one of the reasons why the UNESCO Creative Cities exist is because there needed to be a cooperation among cities that has put creativity at the forefront of their sustainable urban development. And in saying that, we can think about our own city, Kingston. We think about the fact that we're so dynamic, as you were saying. We are nestled in basically a valley. We're surrounded by the Blue and Jonker Mountains, which is also a UNESCO World Heritage Site. And as you talk about our music, we have given the world 6 genres of music, and we see them all around on the set. So we know mento, ska, dub, rocksteady, reggae, and dancehall. And on top of that, our rich culture in terms of or dance academies or theaters, the types of performances we have here, the fact that our music has influenced the entire world. And then when we talk about the fact that Jamaica and Kingston is the global mecca of the world, a lot of people think we hype. A whole lot of people feel like we show off. We hype for true, but that's what city branding is about. You use what you have to sell your city. And Colleen, you and I know that most of the people who come to Jamaica, yes, they love the sun, the sea, and the sand, but you can't get sun, sea, and sand on other islands. They come here for our culture. They come here for our music. And those are some of the premises that ensured that we got the status of Creative City of Music in 2015.
We're going to touch city branding a little bit later on in this conversation, but as we speak of city, I want to go to Mark, where Auckland became a creative city of music 2 years later in 2017. Do you want to share with us, Mark, your process on becoming a creative city of music, similar to what Daniel would have described for us here in Kingston?
Yeah, so we don't have quite the same distinct sound that Kingston does, but we have a very rich musical heritage. For us, it was how to encapsulate that. And when I saw our colleagues in Adelaide had applied to become a city of music, and I sort of tracked their progress. And that's when I first heard about the Creative Cities Network, and it seemed to me that that would be a great vehicle for wrapping up all of our music strands that we have here under one umbrella, and finding a way to then harness that creative power that we have going forward. So it was driven very much So I work for a Recorded Music New Zealand, which is a non-profit that represents the rights of artists and record labels and distributors. Our colleagues at the Songwriting Association joined us, and we put the case to our council. We then worked with all the council staff to drive that through, get the buy-in from councillors and the mayor. And to be fair, it was a bit of a no-brainer. Everyone saw the value in it. And yeah, we were designated at the end of 2017.
Okay. You know, I'm curious, Mark, like what your music sound like. Tell us a little bit about New Zealand's music.
Well, it's interesting. What Danny said about how reggae and other forms have gone across the world, because reggae here is massive. it's and I think I don't know if I'm speaking out of class here, but I'm pretty sure we gave Bob Marley his first #1 outside of Jamaica. I'm not sure if that's a fact I'm misremembering, but it's something like that. So yeah, we are sort of I guess a sort of sum of influences. Reggae, Anglo-American music. You know, we have very close relationship with Australia, who's like our big brother next door. We're a British colony, so we get all that, you know, that British music was heavily influential in the 60s and 70s. So, yeah, I don't know if there is a distinct New Zealand sound. We have a very strong indigenous Maori music scene as well. So that's, you know, non-English. It's Te Reo Maori, sung in Te Reo Maori. So, yeah, we have wrestled with this problem. When we talk about Auckland, we find that when we drill down, suburbs in Auckland have distinct sounds. So if you go out to the like South Auckland or West Auckland or North Auckland, there is these pockets of genres and sounds that have developed, but as a whole, Auckland doesn't have that sound. So once again, it's like, for us, the challenge is how do we harness that? How do we you know, encapsulate just the broad range of music that's coming out of this city?
Thank you, Mark. I will come back to you for you to tell me about some of your strategic plans in harnessing exactly that. David, what you do plans, the strategic and integral use of cultural resources in urban and community development, I know is very important to you. And UNESCO speaks a lot about the art of urban design, the art of winning community support, the art of even transportation planning and mastering the dynamics of community development. All this is involved in the arts for effective cultural planning. I'd love for you to share with us the role of KCC in this creative cities model now as you see.
Hi, good evening, everyone. As Dania rightfully said earlier, cities are, you market your city by what you have. And at the municipality, we see our major role in selling that vision, in packaging as best as possible municipality, which is Kingston and St. Andrew, but predominantly Kingston, packaging that and selling it to not just the locals, the residents, but also to everyone that visits, everywhere that we go, in the hosting of our events, how we go about the the regulation and changing of regulation as it relates to our entertainment, doing things that benefit the sector as a whole. That's on the legislative side, but it's both marketing it, but ensuring that the environment and that the legislative environment as well as the facilities are at such a standard that the brand that people are marketed holds them and grips them when they come here to visit.
Thank you. Danny, I want to throw back to you because I know one of the points, the best practices that UNESCO refers to is developing hubs of creativity and innovation and broadening opportunities for creators and professionals in the cultural sector. Mm-hmm. How do you think from your ministry in terms of your portfolio in the entertainment division, What have you done to achieve that particular objective?
Well, one of the things that we were focused on is not recreating much of what we have, but from the ministry's point of view, facilitating it to advance. Because at the very heart of the Creative Cities model is using your music to ensure that you have economic advancement. So a lot of our music came out of inner city communities, especially we talked about the 6 genres. They were all created in Kingston. It came out of some hurt, it came out of pain, but it also inspired hope. And in some of those communities, we have centers, schools, training facilities. We can even speak about Edna Manley College, where that it is, and you continue to boast, the first of its kind, only of its kind in the English-speaking Caribbean. But what we've done is that we have done a number of programs with the Edna Manley College. We have done a number of programs with the Institute of Jamaica, because one of the things that we wanted to focus on back in 2015, when we got that status, is to ensure that our music museum, which is Jamaica Music Museum, which is a part of the Institute of Jamaica, that we provide a larger home for it, that we provide marketing and media for it, so that people are able to know more about our culture. Another thing is that we ensure one very important part of the network and the model is that we create opportunities for the creators of music or those who perform music. So we have a lot of exchanges going on within the 246 cities. For us in Kingston, we have had exchanges with Katowice in Portland. We have had exchanges with Hamamatsu in Japan, and also in Mannheim in Germany. And some of that has come through artists from the Edna Manley College. Others have come through specific requests from those cities. And we've also had one with Bogota in Colombia, and I think you were a part of that one, so you can give your experience if you want to. But one of the things that we focus on is ensuring that we have these opportunities that are granted to persons within the industry. We try to, as best as possible, with the funding that we have, to facilitate the organizations who are already propelling music as economic advancement. So we're not into recreating, but ensuring that we facilitate and uphold what we already have.
You mentioned Bogota, and I know I was with the artists who went to that particular city, and one of the things I noticed was how they, and David, that's perhaps something you can answer. In the daytime, when we had some time, we walked down the streets, and it was a complete music street. From people selling musical instruments, to artists painting, to people providing food, to a craft market, everything. There were no vehicular traffic in the afternoon on the street, because it now becomes a street dedicated to music, live performances on location. And it was really great how they incorporated the visual arts with the performing arts in that space. Is there any such thing that you intend to do as a municipality to allow for this creative expression and for the economy to grow from it, the music economy specifically?
Absolutely. Our strategic plan for the city of Kingston does include the pedestrianization of several streets. There's a specific area of downtown which we refer to as Culture Key. Many persons would be familiar now with the murals that are being done by the municipality as well as by the Kingston Creative Group,
Yes.
led by Mrs. Andrea Debsa-Chung and her team, Doris Gross, the entire team doing some great work, and we're working along with them. So we have, if you notice, we've pedestrianized sections of Water Lane and Temple Lane in downtown Kingston. We resurfaced the entire asphalt there with bricks to add to the aesthetics thereof. We have also done murals on all sections of Water and Temple Lane, and we're extending it down to Mark Lane. And that entire area is going to have the same brickwork, pedestrianized walkways. And it's our intention to start encouraging waivers and to make the environment more friendly for promoters to come downtown with live music, live events. The creative group, the Kingston Creative Art Group, they have a monthly art walk that they do where they have live music. Sometimes they have performances, sometimes it's an art show. Different creative elements come alive. I think it's the final Sunday of each month. But from the municipality's perspective, we're ensuring that we partner with and we push this vision forward as best as possible. You would be aware of the work being done up by Ward Theatre, which will also enrich and add to the value that the Kingston creative talents possess. We also have several other projects extending along the boardwalk on the waterfront, because when you think of a city and you hear a waterfront, you're expecting it to be alive and vibrant, and that's what we're trying to bring to the downtown waterfront. We had some projects that we had started just before COVID. There's some that are still going on, including those with the World Bank and JCIF. So there's a lot in store that we're building out slowly. Had it not been for COVID, we would have probably been much further along, but you do see small changes happening across Kingston, and it's all pointing in that direction.
Thanks, David. Dania, I have to ask you, because I know it sounds like we have a beautiful roadmap for the creative cities, and I just want to know, how much have we really done to accomplish some of what David is referring to? Are we really driving economy through this designation?
We are, and let me just say up front that the ministry collaborates with the mayor's office on everything that they are doing, and we assist in facilitating. For example, he spoke about the murals. Now, that project was like 4 years in coming, but now we realize that with the collaboration with the mayor's office, a lot of the music videos that were being shot during COVID time was actually on those lanes that that David mentioned. We have a lot of people going down there taking photos now. I even seen fashion shoots happening down there. So what it has done is also assisted with the convergence of the creative genres. So the music are coming with the dancing, whole heap of people are shoot them videos down there with the fashion and all of that. But another thing that is important to the process, Colleen, is that sometimes persons may say, oh, we have the creative cities thing, and we not really I do not with it. But it's a long-term project. Everything will not happen all at one time, but it is also for the creators of music and the performers of music to buy into it. And in this COVID time, we know that a lot of events, well, no events are being held. Everything is virtual nowadays. But what it has also done is created linkages with the other cities where we can all exchange best practices. And there has been forums from some of the other cities that they've invited us to. Some persons within our industries, for example, recording studio owners and operators, and even some artists have participated virtually in some of those sessions. So a lot of times when we're not seeing everything happen all at once, we like to think that nothing is happening, but it is indeed happening, and over time we will see the economic growth from it.
Thank you. And perhaps what we can do is kind of wake up the town and say more, say it loud, and tell the people that this is happening.
Right.
I wanted to bring you in, Mark, to share with us a little bit about what you're doing to cultivate a vibrant music economy in Auckland, and also if there are anything that you see us doing in Kingston, Jamaica, that you would adapt as best practice.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I agree with Dania's point that this is it's a long-term project, and I think particularly when we first got our designation, there was an expectation that I don't know that something would happen instantaneously. So part of what I do is managing those expectations and trying to reassure people that although we have a strategy, it takes a long time to get all the sort of ducks in a row to make the things happen. So we have those aspirational things similar to the murals and the lanes. We're talking about heritage trails linking particularly the inner city with song lyrics, and people explore all the music that's been created in the city over the decades. But with everything we do, there are so many layers of bureaucracy to deal with. So our council has got huge amounts of different organizations within it that have responsibilities, and it's marrying them all up. And I think, although we started this project with a very clear idea about growth in certain areas and beautiful aspirational projects that we wanted to get underway that would make citizens really proud of where they live and the music that comes from here. I think the reality is more that we are working through policy and regulatory issues, which is, super unsexy, and you can't really issue press releases about that. And it's all stuff that sort of happens in the background and happens quietly. But we are making great progress on that. And I think from a city point of view, what's happened in the past with us is that council has invested in music as part of their general arts and culture package, but they haven't done it in any meaningful way. They've done it because they feel they need to, and they have done a great job, but it hasn't been driven from an artist point of view, and it hasn't been driven from a music industry point of view. So us now having this designation means our strategy really is that we can tie all these council organisations together along with the music organisations, have a common voice that says this is how we progress forward. How do we make Auckland a proper music city that globally is recognised as a music city, rather than piecemeal projects happening here and there. So having that cohesion, having us all around the same table is a major part of our strategy. So yeah, not to drill down into individual things we've achieved, because there are a number of them, particularly around education and gender equality. But yeah, I think yeah, as I say, unsexy to say, but a major achievement to date has been the real breakthrough in driving policy change within the bureaucracy of a very large council organisation.
Mm-hmm. Okay. While you were speaking, Mark, I was thinking, Dana, you probably have read it too, The Mastering of a Music City. That was a study done in Canada in 2016, which kind of outlines some of the things that they expect a music city to have. I'm not sure if you wanted to respond to anything Mark has said, but I wanted to just throw some of the things that came out of that report, that there must be presence of artists and musicians, and we have it. We should have a thriving music scene, access to spaces and places, and I'm stopping there for a moment because it's a sore note in our industry in terms of having access to spaces or having spaces at all.
Right. Let me respond to a few things that Mark had said in terms of things that our own city has done in terms of policy, because we know that we were having a lot to do with the Noise Abatement Act in last year and the year before, where we were our ministry, which is Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, were in negotiations and collaborations and meetings with the mayor's office as well as with the Ministry of National Security in driving policy to redraft what the Noise Abatement Act looks like, to the point where we want to change it from saying noise to sound, because of course noise is a negative word, and in terms of music and creating a city that is supported by music and driven by its creativity, we wouldn't want to call music noise. Another thing is the whole initiation of entertainment zones, and we know that Minister Grain, she announced the first zone a couple of years ago in 2017. Events are not quite happening now, but these are some of the policies that come behind creating a city that we can all be proud of in terms of his music. Now, getting back to your question, where it regards to spaces for performances and just creating these types of hubs, it is also on the table, because we know that we live in a tropical climate, and here in Jamaica, we all get used to having events outside. But that's one of the issues where, if our venues are also close to communities, and we have to do the balancing act between persons who want to sleep and persons who want to enjoy themselves. And whereas we know that our music scene wake up a whole industry where a whole heap of people get fed from it, actually it's about 43,000 people that are benefiting in our country from our music scene, that we have to make that balance. And so there has been a lot of private public collaborations in how we go about creating these spaces. If we're now going to get into more inside venues, even though we love the outside ones so more, and creating little hubs like Colleen, you live out by Bull Bay, and you know that the music scene out there in terms of live music.
Why the girl you come on national? platform to tell where I live.
You live by the sea, though. You have the perfect Jamaican lifestyle, you know?
The truth is, I live right next door to a sound man.
Exactly.
But I knew that's what I was buying into.
Right.
But I wanted to ask David, one of the things that the Mastering of a Music City pointed out in the report was that music-friendly and musician-friendly policies, including whether it's business licensing to liquor licensing, transportation planning and parking, as well as the use of land, are important environment factors. And I just want to know, and Dana, you could jump in as well, to share what is it that the KCAC is doing to ensure that some of these music-friendly policies are really in place for a thriving community. And after you respond, David, Dana, you can just jump in. And I'd love, Mark, for you to share with us any of your policies that you may have to share with us from New Zealand as it relates to having music-friendly policies under this Creative Cities umbrella. David?
Okay, so Dania had touched on some of it earlier, in that we are working close with the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports in having the Noise Abatement Act updated. But separate and apart from just calling it noise or the noise versus music or versus sound debate, we have several other factors that the entertainment sector has reached out to the KCAC about getting changes made or getting legislation passed for several things, including the hours that they're permitted to have events. A lot of these, the Noise Abatement Act, for example, prohibits events from going past 2 a.m. on the weekends, and in the weekdays 12. And that's something that they want to see change because of the way that our music has evolved, and it's just our culture that, most of these events, they tend to go from 2 a.m. to 4 to 6. So it's not necessarily just, it's a one-sided thing. We're also working closely with the creatives in, as well as Jampro, in getting for the, the shooting of music videos, stuff like that, getting waivers. A lot of times persons don't know and they think they go around it, but there are fees associated with doing shoots and stuff like that. And the Office of the Mayor has been working closely with, Jampro and with the Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport to ensure that the fees associated with a lot of these different, laws and agencies, that we can get them as best as possible looked at, revised if necessary, to ease some of the burden putting on the events that we see. A lot of these events have 4 or 5 permits before they can be staged, and we just want to ensure that we protect the investment that the promoters are making. We've also been working with a lot of different stakeholders in ensuring that their venues are up to code, and that's something that we do ensure that the clubs and the indoor venues particularly are of a certain standard, that the safety of the persons who go there is not compromised. We work closely with Hope Gardens, for example, another big entertainment venue in our city, in ensuring that we can broker some sort of understanding or agreement between the residents of the Hope Pastors community and the operators of the property, so that we don't have the creative industries disturbing persons' peace, but at the same time we can facilitate these events being held, which employ so many persons and contribute so significantly to our economy. Policy-wise, we are looking at broader policy for the near future. We're looking at the pedestrianization of streets. We're looking at facilitating, grants each year for, the cultural aspects and the creative aspects of the city economy. We've invested heavily in ward theatre, and once that is completed, the drama and theatre industry will just come alive in Kingston, and it's something that we're really looking forward to. But it's also a space that will give so much employment opportunities to creatives across Kingston. In different areas, they'll be learning about theatre on a whole different level. And that's something that we wanted to plug back into Kingston, because Kingston was so rich in theatre and it was so much intertwined into the culture of the city. And we allowed it to fade, but the days of Oliver and Miss Lou and drama and plays are coming back to Kingston, and we're going to be pushing heavily on that to ensure that the policies are there to protect it moving forward, but so that it never returns to the state that it's in now, but also so that the creatives who are in the city with the talents in screenplay writing, videography, whatever it is that the theatre will need, they will get an opportunity take their talents to the next level.
Boy, David, I have to say before you come in, Dania, that theatre and drama never left Kingston, really. We have been. I do think what we miss, I saw Hamlet at Little Theatre years ago when I was in high school. So those things we miss, we wanted to come back, but I don't think it went anywhere. Dania, about them. So
I think it changed venues.
We changed venues.
Yes.
But yeah. Share with us a little bit about how you're collaborating in terms of music-friendly policies.
Well, for one, research has become the forefront of the entertainment division at the Ministry of Culture. And it has been important, and it's something that the minister pushes because we realize that a lot of persons always comment on how informal the entertainment industry is. And in formalizing that, we need research. And so we have been working with the PIOJ. We have been working again, as I continue to say as I speak, with the mayor's office to ensure that we have the information that the creators and the creatives need. So for instance, during the period of COVID where we're not actually having events in our city, well, any type of events and especially music events, and we know that that's crippling the city, but we're doing an audit of venues all over Jamaica, not only Kingston. So by the end of this period, we're going to know how many we have, how many can hold, as in the capacity, the types of events that are going to be good for these types of venues, and then we're able to provide the creatives with that type of information so that when they try to get their permits as at the KSAC, they are better off with the information that they need to hold these events. And not only that, we have our registry at the ministry. And a lot of persons initially, they were like, we're not sure we want to be a part of the registry. Why you want us to be a part? Are you just trying to get our information? But it again goes into that focus that we're putting on research, because we want to be able to know how many persons we have in the different industries that we have here in Jamaica, the creative industry, and how is it that we can better assist you. So I spoke about the exchanges before. I spoke about the collaborations. Colleen, one thing we know about the entertainment industry is that they're very vocal. And this is the way to get vocal. When we do have your information, when we know you're registered on the registry, you have access to us all the time to tell us what it is that you need, how you want us to collaborate, and how you want us to work for you.
Well, I'm smiling because one of the challenges we had when, with the COVID-19 pandemic, when we needed information from industry, one of the things a lot of individuals in the industry were not registered anywhere. When you sign up with Jaria, by the way, you can by going to jariaentertainment.com or any of our social media platforms at IG or Facebook and even Twitter. And the entertainment registry at mcges.gov.gm. Of course, you can do jariaentertainment@gmail.com. So for those of you who are online watching us from wherever you are, please remember that you can send your questions and or comments in the chat. I know we have Reggae Month TV all over the place. We're on PBCJ, there's JCDC, there is Minister Grange's Facebook page, there is the Jaria Facebook page, there is Reggaeville Facebook, and there is Reggaeville YouTube that you can send your questions, and we're monitoring questions or any kind of concerns, any suggestions you may have for us here on this conversation about Kingston, Creative City of Music. Want to go to our guests from New Zealand. As you share with us some of the music-friendly policies, Mark, that you would have implemented or at least considering to implement as you move into, this would be now your second phase, it's 2021 of your Music City status.
Yeah, I would have liked to have said here's some examples we've already done, but unfortunately COVID sort of curtailed our ability to roll out things that would have been rolled out last year. But I will say there's a few things. So in terms of music friendliness, one of the things we're trying to pilot we'll be doing this year is music loading zones outside or near music venues. So most musicians have told me that if that's the only thing we ever get achieved under this City of Music project, that would be an amazing thing, because everyone's been ticketed or towed while loading gear into venues, just going about their jobs and their craft, and they're getting financially burdened. So having musician loading zones will be a major win, particularly in our entertainment districts. We are also trying to speed up the consent process. So at the moment, if a licensed venue wants to put on an all ages show, they have to apply for special consent or licensing to make that happen. And that process is taking anything between 8 to 12 weeks, which is just untenable if you're trying to plan shows. So the short version of it is that venues and promoters just aren't bothering. They just give up. So again, we're at this table with the council. We can talk their language and they can talk ours, and that's allowed us now to put in a mechanism that, and again, we'll be unveiling it later in the year, but a mechanism that will allow venues to more rapidly adapt their venues for between all ages and R18. We're also focusing on all ages shows as well in the community, so not just at the dedicated music venues, but in community halls, and finding better ways that underage promoters and underage bands can put on shows, and that sort of feeds into developing the next generation. And part of that is the council has been undertaking an audit of all their venues and finding out exactly when and where they're being used, because we're quite often finding that particularly community halls may be being booked for, I don't know, a card playing club one day a week, or a couple of hours a week, and outside of that it's not being used. So we are trying to identify those venues that are better suited and making them more available for shows, and also providing grants and capability for those shows. So we have an entertainment unit called Auckland Live. They mainly deal in large scale shows, but they're going to make their team available and put together remote kits. So those things like hiring PAs and lighting gear, that will be available to those applicants at no cost. And then there'll also be a financial grant available to them for other costs like security and things like that. And also, just to go back to Daniel's point as well, that data is really the three key things. Data drives everything. So we are now we have been evaluating the sector, trying to find out exactly how much it contributes economically, and identify where we can grow that, and also mapping all the music in the city. So that's where all the rehearsal studios are, where the recording studios are, where all the venues are, where all the community halls and theatres are that we can use for music use, and providing a comprehensive overlay across the entire city that's accessible by all musicians, so that they can easily find where they can play and how they can access funding for that quite rapidly. So, yeah.
Thank you, Mark. We brag about Kingston a lot. It's a hit factor to say that you're from Kingston, even for those of us who are from beyond Moko. We say that I'm from Kingston. No, I say I'm from Kingston. Mm-hmm. So place branding has grown in the marketing world, Dania.
Yes.
With branding techniques applied to the development of cities and countries. I'm remembering class.
Yes.
The marketing of a place is usually inherently anchored in its people, its history and culture, and is usually a clear strategy for projecting images and managing perceptions.
Right.
We can't deny, we get it anyway, but we can't deny some of the perceptions that people have of Kingston. One of them being crime-ridden, very violent, very aggressive space. Mm-hmm. So I don't think we can deny that or run away from it. But how do we manage perceptions of this music city to get people to come so that we impact our tourism product?
Well, I love city branding a lot, and in branding a city, you really need to incorporate all the elements of the city. So you mentioned before that it was gritty, sometimes it doesn't smell good, we have crime, but a lot of the studies also show that it is out of these types of situations seeking hope that the music emerged. And even studies from our Jamaica Constabulary Force has showed that in order to get into some of those inner city spaces and make an impact, music is what they have used for the people to relate to them, for them to have peace in the community. Because how much time things are happening in a community, gunshot a bus and all of these things, and what them use? Music and artists, creativity to ensure that these things are quelled in these places. So we can't escape the fact that our city does have some of those things. But then our city also has a cool factor. When you go anywhere in the world and you say, I'm from Kingston, the first thing them actually mention is either Bob Marley, some other reggae song, some people try to dance. And so we didn't need a lot to brand our city. We don't have a lot of work to do internationally because we're already known for it. And this is one of the things that we have to big up JTB and we have to big up the Ministry of Tourism. As a matter of fact, when we got the designation in 2015, the entertainment portfolio was with the Ministry of Tourism, and it was an easy twin because, as we said before, a lot of people come here, yes, for the sun, sun and sea, but they come here for the culture, they come here for the music. Backpackers stay here for 2 weeks in a row, especially in February, because this is one of our big festivals. Reggae Month is a big festival, you know. It's 1 month of doing things. And the research from Customs and Immigration have shown that in February we have a lot of visitors coming all over the world so that they can, one, go to the Dennis Brown and Bob Marley concerts, they can go to the Reggae Wednesdays, they can experience an entire month of music of which they love. And so we find that it doesn't take a lot for our city to take advantage of what we already have naturally.
And I have to big up, you hear, she big up JTB and the ministry, big up on herself, my artist friend them and musicians, where, you know, when you talk to the third world people, they tell you, say, I never really get nothing from nobody. I did carry one suit of clothes and I go to England and I go make a name. So the
well, of
truth
course,
is,
without them, we wouldn't have the music.
Without them, we wouldn't have the music. So big up on herself.
Yes.
Big up on herself for continuing to produce. While you were speaking, I was thinking a lot about the Reggae Month in particular, and it's important that we're right now at this juncture. It might be different this year. Some of the people who I'm accustomed to seeing, like Ellen from Rhythm, big up yourself, I'm accustomed to seeing her perhaps from about 2010,
right,
coming here consistently. And in the early days of the Reggae Month, I remember we had exchanges without a music city. We would have, I remember going to Reggae Sunscare, because Reggae Sunscare people came here.
Right.
They brought bands, they played on our stage. So that exchange was going on informally before 2015.
Right. Even so, when we had our subcommittee meeting here with members from the Creative Cities Network, it was in February because we wanted to show off our big festival called Reggae Month. And if I'm to be very honest, whenever the exchanges are happening with our Creative Cities, sister cities, they won't come because they want to experience Mark, Kingston.
We're coming to New Zealand. You can eventually come here, you know, but we're coming to New Zealand. Just saying. I absolutely loved going to Colombia and Minister, listening to me? When COVID stopped, I want to go to some other places. So, Mark, I want to come to you in 2022. Yeah. I'm coming to New Zealand.
I think I told Daniel that I'm not sure how, this is probably not a popular fact, but by a crazy coincidence, our national, not our Independence Day, but our national day that we celebrate is the same day as Bob's birthday. So it tends to be a double celebration here.
Yes.
So tell me, Mark, I'm curious, do you have any plans to collaborate with Jamaica? Is there anything that you would love to do with us here?
Absolutely. And I have talked about this in the past, and we really need COVID to just go away.
Get up and go about its business.
I mean, as Danny mentioned, with collaborations with other cities, we haven't yet done a proper collaboration with Kingston, and I would love to. And just by the sheer fact of the huge amount of reggae artists we have in New Zealand and in Auckland, it would make sense for us to do songwriting collaborations and performance collaborations as much as we can. So we have a huge number of sort of festivals and performances happen in our summer.
Remember David?
And so as you. And it's just a matter of getting those artists together and making magic happen.
We look forward. I look forward to hearing a little bit more about that project. There's a wonderful college here. It's an arts college. It's called the Edna Manley College of the Visual and Performing Arts. There's a music school there, so you may consider that in the mix. Can I just say that I just earned myself some plugs?
Yes. You just did.
I just did.
Yes, you
but
just
David,
did.
I wanted to go back to KCC and the idea of city branding. And when we speak about the murals downtown and what it has done to lift the space. By the way, another thing for a minute, the murals just start happening downtown. You remember Paint Jamaica?
Of course.
A long time it happened. Let's just say that.
Yes. Now it's just whole
murals
streets.
are gone
Whole streets
long time.
now.
Kingston Creatives, big up yourself. You've made that really nice and formal, but sometimes we must remember. We give thanks for those who started this trend.
We do.
So that we could see the light, you know. So I wanted to talk to you, David, a little bit about KCC and your plans. Because some people have said the buildings, them kind of derelict, and in a minute, them are going to pop down anyway. So you paint up some old building for what? When people come to the airport, what are you doing to beautify the space, to make the space look like we're branding it as a music city? If anything.
On the issue of the derelict buildings,
you really never answer that?
yeah, I have to go there first. Most of the buildings along that area, which is something that not a lot of persons may have realized, is that since the work of the KCC and our partners in revitalizing downtown and marketing Kingston and remarketing especially that downtown waterfront to the culture key to the creative art walk area, what a lot of persons may not have realized is that a lot of investment and a lot of businesses are moving back downtown. So we see a lot of those derelict buildings and previously unoccupied buildings. A lot of them have been sold and are being sold. So we are painting a lot of buildings that, you know, may not be in their best condition, but I guarantee you that in a few years' time, or maybe even before the end of this year, most of those buildings will have been sold and some of them are already being upgraded and remodeled. You see Burger King changed locations just recently. You know, a lot of restaurants have come downtown. You know, there's Wendy's downtown now in that same block that we're building out for the culture key, stretching all the way up to Parade. So, you know, we're branding the city. A lot of times we send out promotions. We stopped using just the KSAC logo and we're pushing a lot of the city of Kingston or Kingston City. We're working with some of our private sector partners. There's a beautiful sign in Montego Bay that we're working to have something like that of our own in Kingston, not with the popularity that that sign came with, but we're working on a I Love My Kingston sign. And if you follow the mayor on any of his platforms, you'll see him throw out ideas like that. As it relates to the airport, we, for Reggae Month, I think 2 years ago, we had done feather banners and strung them on the light posts coming in from the airport. We are planning on doing something similar to that in a more permanent way that, you know, shows, you know, creative city of music, you know, city of this, city of culture. We recently also launched our website, relaunched the KCMC's website, which has an entire section dedicated to what you can do in Kingston, you know, restaurants that you can visit, events that would be held in that period. You know, you can now apply for permits on that website also. So we've remodeled and refashioned the KCAC's website in order to ensure that it facilitates and it also supports, you know, the creative elements and music and culture and events, the nightlife, the night economy of the city, which is really, you know, just as impactful on the economy as the day economy. So we've been working on that. We've remodeled a lot of parks and throwing murals in them. And as Colleen rightfully said, you know, even with the painting of murals now, you know, this started long ago. And I'd like to just shout out to some of our partners who keep doing, you know, what we say and keep asking us. You know, I remember when the food and drink festival was being held, so they came to us and they said, you know, where can we get that, you know, has this feeling of the, you know, culture and art and music? And we directed them to Fleet Street. And a lot of persons don't know that that's where the launch of the Jamaica Food and Drink Festival was held for last year. And, you know, it brought the space alive. I think it was the year before last or last year. And, you know, they went in and, you know, old derelict building looking types of thing. But trust me, when they beautified it with their lights and the lights on top of the mirrors that are already there, it just brought the entire space to life. And many more persons have been asking the community, you know, how they can benefit from and tap into that type of space to have events there, because, you know, it wasn't thought of before then of, you know, renting it out. And that's another economic opportunity for that community. It's now a venue where launches and stuff like that can be held. So we're doing, you know, stuff like this, empowering community so that they can benefit. We're also doing stuff on the legislative level with the boardwalk that's being done by JSIF. We're also putting in entertainment areas that will be there along the waterfront. So once that's completed, you know, another space will be opened up there. We're working closely with the Ministry of Culture in looking at other zones of entertainment that can be established. Definitely, you know, Kingston having just one, there are so many other spaces in Kingston that we can, you know, have such events, and we're looking at also having mixed zones. So we're working on with the Ministry of Culture on that end.
Yeah, you know, when you talk about entertainment zone, like me miss Raytown. Let me just throw that out there. Me miss Sunday night them run a Raytown where people then dress up like them a go a wedding, some dress up like them a go a market, but it was just a fabulous potpourri of just people having a vibe. So we hope that we can get that going and get that going soon. But one of the things I thought about while he was speaking, Dana, is I don't know, have you been to Barbados during Crop Over?
Yes.
When you, and all the roundabouts are decorated.
Yes.
Why we can't do something like that for Reggae Month, if we're, and celebrate the genres of the music and having the communities engaged that way.
We can collaborate with Jerry.
We can collaborate with Jerry. Since as Semigo say it on this platform,
it's going to be done.
KSAMC and what your name? Ministry of Culture, then the Entertainment and Sport. Kingston Creative, if you're not listening, don't bother take it and own it. Remember, say Colleen did say it, and Jerry needs to be involved, the Jamaica Reggae Industry Association.
But you know what, Colleen, we talk about entertainment zones, but that policy document that the ministry have about zones is not only zones. You have districts and you have venues. So as you talk about Raytown, that is on the table.
Wiki-Waki. Like, can I just throw in Wiki-Waki too?
There are a number, but the point is there are a number of venues, there are a number of districts that are also on the table. Clearly, I wouldn't want to mention some of them right now because we're still talking to the municipalities about them. But I think that the Creative City model here in Kingston is doing exactly what it should do, because now we have more buy-in than when we just announced that the city was a creative city. A lot of people thought that everything would happen one time, but I think now the creators and the performers, the persons who own venues, even some of us who work in government has now seen the importance of having the status, and it is working towards what we all want, which is economic development through creativity.
So you've seen it. KCC has seen it. Government generally see it. Is the music community sensitized enough about the Creative Cities model?
There's more work to be done. I believe that one of the things that we have not done enough is wait the town and tell the people, as you said in the beginning. And I think that it was also because we were building out strategically what we would be doing over the course of the program. Now, I can say definitively from the ministry point of view that that is what we're working on now, ensuring that some of these discussions that we're having now is not at the high level where you think strategy and government, but is more with the actual music industry community, which is what you and I are doing now, which is getting Jerry more involved, which is getting our entertainment advisory board more integrated in what the industry wants from the status, and really just revamping how we do things. So going forward, this is something that we spoke with the KCC about, is ramping up and collaborating with our private sector partners as well to get the communication and the marketing of our city more out there, without, of course, not leaving out the Ministry of Tourism and JTB.
And some kind of encouragement for bands getting into spaces. Just the basic, you know, sometimes you hear the musician saying, I'd put on a show, but we need little backline support. If a musician or if a set of musicians want to do a show like that, the ministry offers some kind of support, and what's that process for people who are doing events?
Okay, so we have heavily invested in sponsorship for events and for initiatives relating to music. Not only music at the ministry, but because we're having a music conversation right now. Right now, as you know, there are no events happening. But if you remember when I spoke about the audit that we're doing of venues, one of the things we're taking into consideration is exactly what you just said. So if an event is going to be held here, if it is live music, which is what we want to happen, what are some of the things that you would need to facilitate this? Because we know that our musicians and our creators of music, they can't do everything in terms of putting on an event. And so that is some of the support that we're doing research on to ensure that we have the funding and the support of, again, or public and private partners to be able to deliver. So you're right on the money when you talk about those types of things. It's already on the board.
I'm right on the money.
She's right on the money.
Let's stay on the money. No, you know, it's funny because I'm thinking of the Mastering of a City. I thought that was a really strong report, by the way. And what I loved about it was they strung the report together by using very music, not just music, but almost like a musician and engineers kind of language. So we're at laying the tracks.
Right.
The first thing you are doing at the studio, yeah, lay the tracks, we still a lay the tracks.
Yes, we're still laying the tracks.
So we not reach mixing and mastering. We not reach this yet.
Not for some of the programs at
Not
all.
for some of the programs. I wanted to bring Mark. Mark is fully awake. I keep thinking that you're like what, 18 hours?
Yes,
But
so
Mark,
he's already into Friday. How is Friday, Mark?
Yeah, I come to you from the future.
Mark, you know, as we talk a lot, we're speaking more about Kingston. But we specifically invited you because of the notion of collaborating and best practice. And I know you haven't said much, but how much do you know, for instance, when you go to, and I'm asking you to publicly critique us now, when you go to our website that speaks about Kingston, Creative City of Music, do you think there's enough there? Is there anything that you would want to teach us to do better? Are you able to readily identify studios you could possibly work with, institutions that you want to work with? Is there anything missing that you'd want to see?
Ooh, no, but I think it's, I mean, I'm just going to echo really what Danny is saying. It's always a work in progress with these things. And we're in a similar position where it's, you know, we think we know what needs to happen, but then you have to keep refining the process all the time. So, yeah, sorry, I'm not really answering your question here very well, but it's okay. It just strikes me that we're all in pretty much the same position of kind of feeling our way through this process a little bit blind sometimes, working out what it is we need, and we finally get to these stages. So I think, yeah, to use the analogy, we're still laying down tracks at the moment, and we're trying a few alternative versions of those tracks. That's where we're at. So we're not even at mixing stage at the moment, but it's encouraging to see, you know, the growth and the point we've got to with all of that. Yeah, sorry.
That's right.
A little off the topic there, so, to be honest.
So I wanted to speak, Daniel, and Mark could answer as well if you've done the first report that we did, referring to where we said that Jamaica committed to the creativity of its people, specifically in music, as a driver for sustainable urban development. And I know that David will get excited. In particular, the city is focused on using music and the arts to redevelop and revitalize Kingston's inner city communities. We know we call it downtown. This will be achieved through conversion of derelict buildings for use as creative incubators and performance venues to promote appreciation for creativity and provide outlets for creative expression. That's taken from UNESCO first report, 2015. And I just wanted to ask you, David, in terms of your strategic direction, where are you with that? You mentioned that you have some investors. You mentioned the fact that you partner and support some of the mural project downtown. And I'm thinking, but if them sell the building them and them are going to mash them down, we're going to paint again.
Well, I don't think they're mashing down the buildings at all. Some of the buildings that are being sold, what I know from, and David can back me up on this answer, is that there are certain rules in terms of you can't do this or that to the building because it's on a lane that they're creating with the creative
Also, it's
key.
actually protected.
Right.
Is the David? I'd love for you to jump in because I do understand the principle of protected spaces.
Yes.
I
Yes.
don't know how much of the spaces we have protected under our Heritage Act or so, but how do you manage that? That we keep some of what makes downtown Kingston special while we're developing.
Yeah, so the use of the Heritage Act in protecting the space, that's one route that we have been taking. We're also working with the Kingston Creative Group and Mrs. Demsa Chung. We're working with her on protecting not just the lane, the murals, but the entire art district, which extends down to now the Institute of Jamaica, the National Library, National Archive, and goes up to Ward Theatre and the parade side. So we're working on not just protecting a building or not just protecting the lane, but we're also working on ensuring that these places and these spaces have the legislative protection that they need so that we're not back at this point, 5 years or so down the line. But Dana is correct. We are protecting the spaces and that those buildings, persons who are buying them are doing so under the understanding that the paintings or the murals are to remain as is.
So by the way, not drop no name in here unless it's a government name. That's the only names we're asking you to drop. Big up yourself, Andrea. You know you are my friend. But I just can't help myself but ask if it is that we say we have the School of Music that has really been putting out, saying this without any kind of bias or attachment, but without any question, when you look on a stage, you see graduates of or current students of the Edna Manley College of the Visual and Performing Arts. Yet you will hear the young musicians say, we don't have enough piano in a piano room, we don't even have enough piano room, we don't have enough drum room, and everybody is a drummer, a drummer extra. What have we considered in this Creative Cities model for an institution that is training and grooming young musicians?
Well, educating persons within the city about music and in the art forms of music is very important to the status. As a matter of fact, it was one of the things that was highly mentioned when we made our bid to be a Creative City of Music. And you know that we've had a number of collaborations with the Edna Manley College. However, this is also where the public-private collaborations come in. So for instance, I know that the PSOJ, they are going to be investing in the use of music for some of their campaigns. As a matter of fact, the World Bank has also gotten quite a lot of features and commendations for the fact that they're using reggae music as part of their campaign to teach the nation about inflation. And so these are some of the collaborations that I'm telling you about that in the city, in the drivers of the city realizing the importance of the music, we get to the stage that they have realized it, and now we're moving to the stage where they're about to invest in it.
Okay, and I really hope that the investment is not just in the intangible, but also in the tangible, because I deliberately mentioned some of the tangible benefits that would be great to have, that there is actually adequate space so that we don't have to have students who say, I want to study, but there is not enough space, they can't take anymore.
Right.
How we engage private partnership for that would be wonderful.
Yes, and the collaborations are good, because remember that the government is not in some of those spaces. So this is where the mixing after the laying of the tracks, and we're about to get to the mixing part of it, where we're able to talk about these things so that we're able to actually collaborate instead of you just going, and by you right now I mean the Edna Manley College, the Edna Manley College going on its own to get these investments, which is fine if you want to go that route, but we're stronger together. So as a ministry working with the college and any other training institute, we have some at Boys Town, we have some in Trenchtown, coming to the ministry, collaborating with us like that, we're a stronger voice in getting these collaborations to work.
Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna actually go down.
To add to that, Colleen, sorry, just to
Is
add
that
to that as
Mark?
well.
Go ahead.
Not just the musicians that need training, but the entire infrastructure. So that's something we've been working towards for the last 4 years, and getting professional development happening amongst particularly recording studios, producers, with the music video makers, the designers, the artwork, so across the whole level, and the promoters as well. So particularly looking at programs that mentor new entrants into the promotion market, because that can often be quite a closed shop when you have established promoters who sort of have a stranglehold on a market, and it's quite a daunting proposition for young promoters to get into. But so yeah, it's sort of sort of putting a spotlight onto all areas of our ecosystem, because not everyone's a musician, not everyone's talented enough to be a #1 star, but we hope to encourage more people to be involved in all facets of it, because that's the economic driver.
Give thanks, Mark, for jumping in. I'm looking at the guitar in your background. I may have to ask you to play us a tune in a minute. Dania, you were edging on your seat,
Yes,
what you want to say.
I was edging on my seat because I also wanted to mention the fiscal incentives program, which is also good for the types of things that you are talking about. It is definitely managed through the entertainment portfolio at the ministry. And what happens with the fiscal incentives program, which also incorporates JAMPRO, is that musicians, persons who own studio, persons who are in film and advertising, you're able to purchase your equipment abroad. When you ship them, we won't be able to pay your shipping costs, but if you're recommended and approved for the fiscal incentives, you're able to get your items duty-free. And we know that in Jamaica, duty is one of the things that is always of talk.
Me I give Jerry that credit there. Because I know say it go on now, but big up on yourself, Charles Campbell and Ibo Cooper and all those gentlemen, Steve Golden, who were pushing for this in 2009 to 2011, and you probably feel that they didn't get anywhere. They were listening. Thank you, Dania, for
because
sharing.
the fiscal incentives that came about in 2013. So it's out of those discussions with the persons that you have mentioned, which is proof that when you do advocate to the ministry and to your government officials, we do listen and we put things in place to ensure that it happens.
One of the recommendations, and Mark can jump in if you have a music advisory board in Auckland. One of the recommendations from Mastering of a Music City was to have a music advisory board. I know we refer to an entertainment advisory board to sort of make the industry a little bit more inclusive, but I'm wondering if there is a difference. Do you think there is actually a difference, music advisory? I feel there is a big difference versus an entertainment advisory board.
Well, for us, as you mentioned, music is not the only thing that is entertainment in Jamaica. And we like to think of our work as converging. We don't want to have it too much in silos. And so the minister has a board, the Entertainment Advisory Board, and it has not only persons within music, but throughout the spectrum of our entertainment industry, which we believe give a better snapshot of what the industry needs. But there are other boards. So we know that the JCDC, who unearths talent here in Jamaica, they have a board. Places like the CPTC, they have a board as well, because media and technology is very important in this day and age when it comes to the distribution of our creative talent. So we use the Entertainment Advisory Board because it's more general and we think that we can get through to more of the industry. But what is also in place is also the Creative Cities subcommittee. And whereas a new subcommittee is about to be named, we believe that doing it like that, we have that subcommittee that is focused on the music city status and what we do in the music industry.
Minister Grange, I want to go on one board. Let me feel me reach that stage and now I want to go on a board. That was an aside. So I wanted to speak to the music tourism, and I'd love for New Zealand to jump in on music tourism and how you're maximizing this. Boy, the COVID, let's pretend COVID no exists. So we are talk in relation to a no COVID-19 pandemic. I do know that the ministry collaborates a lot with like a TEF, but have we collaborated for like a comprehensive music city strategy? And I'm saying that because I'm thinking, yes, we invite people to come to festivals, but are there other things that we could perhaps think about that we would want to extend? So outside of festivals, for instance, and David, perhaps that's you, when we speak about musical landmarks. So we talk about down a big yard. Who, where are your signposts? Where are the markers to say that these spaces exist? What are the plans for that? We know say Harry J up there, so we know the tracks them, the big tracks them from the Catch a Fire, and so that were laid right there in that studio. We know we Tough Gang there, but we know it because we live here. Are we actively considering historical spaces? So I know you mentioned Jamaica Music Museum, and we mentioned the festival, but I'd really love to see if we're considering some of those as projects we can undertake to really full up this music city.
Actually, yes. Remember, I told you that when we got the status, the entertainment division was with the Ministry of Tourism. So it was actually part of the larger strategy in how we get and market persons to come to the city, because they did realize at the time, and still do now, know that music and culture was one of the reasons that persons were visiting Kingston specifically. So for the city in Montego Bay, most of the persons visited that city for the sun, sun, and sea. But the ones who were coming to Kingston, it's because they wanted to experience this culture that we have. They never really wanted to be in 5-star all-inclusive hotels. They wanted to be out experiencing the culture. And as a matter of fact, one of the most visited tourism attractions in Kingston is the Bob Marley Museum. So persons actually come here so they can go where Bob Marley was.
So me I go pick on you, David, because I kind of talking about like the studio them. Me know people leave from far and wide because they want to come work with they won't come work with you, Roy. So you, Roy, would have had people in space recently doing things. We have Uppsala Festival was at Harry J, but before that we were having people coming in there to lay tracks. They come down to Grafton. So the studios, and I wanted to find out from you, David, what's in your plan under the Heritage Act as well? You know, England, so them have the blue plaques to put some of those kinds of plaques, and perhaps what I can think of is the Spanish Jamaica Foundation a couple of years ago, I think in about 2007 to 2009, they did a across the island trying to ensure that there was a Spanish presence in Jamaica, because I know the English didn't wipe it out. So in ensuring that there was a presence, they went across the island and put up a lot of markers in spaces where the Spanish ship would have had an impact. Yeah. So David, I'm throwing that to you if you don't have it in. Is that something you would consider in terms of creating these spaces of important music heritage markers?
Definitely, it is something that we do have before us. We're looking at it. It's a part of our strategic development plan moving forward as a creative city of music. We've already started marking some places. As I said, much of the work that we've started to do has been done in our culture key. So some of the spaces in that area that have significance and historical value, we have started marking those areas. We have started doing work on monuments across the city. We've done a lot of work, on historical and cultural monuments, not to stray from the music, but just to add that we have started, marking places as we move further towards, the Trench Town and beyond across the city. Then we will start putting in, plaques. There's a program that we're working with the Ministry of Culture on for a Walk of Fame type of thing for the city of Kingston, where we would pay homage to a lot of the persons who, may never get their own museum. They may never be buried at National Heroes Park, which is running out of space. But we must ensure that there is a space where their legacy and their contribution to the rich music and the rich heritage that we have can be visited, and that their stories can be told. And so we're working on that Walk of Fame space and concept. But yeah, we're definitely going to be, marking and putting nameplates, for want of a better term, across a wider cross section of the city, and for places with rich history and a rich heritage of birthing talents, not just community, but what we're looking at also places like the Alpha Boys home, so we're looking at spaces and places like these that have that history and that story that needs to be told, and how we can move the city of Kingston from just a backpacking through to a place, to a destination city, as the mayor would call it, to ensure that when persons come here, they're coming for a full experience.
By the way, there's nothing wrong with backpacking. I like my backpackers. We want them to come. We want to come camp on the beach. We want to come and camp at the little... Because it's another type of tourism.
And as a matter of fact, the backpackers stay for longer, which means
them
more money
long.
over time. So we want them to come.
They do.
So I've met a lot of interesting musicians who come at Jamnesia, for instance, to jam with a Billy. And they stay in this space because it is actually a tourist space. So it's to acknowledge that. So I'm happy that you're thinking about the markers at least, and identifying the spaces for. But then I wanted to go, Mark, sometime I feel like I leave you, tell me just like your company, and me expect say you go. So for Mark's sake, can we get Jimmy Cliff's Reggae Nights? Why I'm asking for Reggae Nights? Because a lot of people don't realize that Reggae Wednesdays was not always Reggae Wednesdays, It
was Reggae Nights.
When we started Reggae Month in, 2009, 2010, thereabouts, Reggae Wednesdays was actually Reggae Nights. It was Reggae Nights at Edna, round at the amphitheater.
Yes.
Well, a lot of things gone. Yeah, man. It was airy. So I thought of Cliff's Reggae Nights so that we could just
jam.
Mark, you can get a chance to drink some water, and we'll drink some too. The water is not sponsored, so we really don't want you to see the bucket where we are drink water. So we are going to...
No free advertising.
Anybody with water who want to sponsor Reggae Month next year, please, you may call the Ministry of Culture, or you can reach us at Jeria. So let's enjoy this track, Reggae Nights by Jimmy Cliff.
Bye.
On your love, so turn on the light, make it shine bright, and listen to this. Jam it. Reggae night, we come together when we're feeling right. Reggae night, and we'll be jamming till the morning light. Call, got to get my things, got to catch this ride. Gotta look my best, 'cause I know they'll be mashing it up tonight. Oh, reggae night, we come together when we're feeling right. Reggae night, and we'll be jamming. Mess, man. Now lightning strikes at 8, so we better not be late for this rubber ducking, rocking, jamming, fun, loving day. Reggae night, we come together when we're feeling right. Oh, reggae night, and we'll be jamming till the morning light. You will find it happens
Oh, I can't even begin to tell you all how I miss outside, how I miss going to a show, closing my eyes and just jamming and getting whatever is coming out of that artist on stage on me, because I'm usually right there. I completely miss that energy
You
and
know,
the
see how me
pulse
I
of
going? How me I going to the one little song?
the one little song with Dania is. I know we all miss that, and so we are thankful for these kind of platforms. We are thankful that we had Reggae Month to remind us of this. For those, if you are just waking up and you haven't smelled the good Jamaican coffee yet, we are on our third Reggae Open University. We're looking at creative cities and what it does for our music. I have Dania Beckford, I have Mark Roach, and I have David Wright from the Mark Roach is from New Zealand, spending some time with us. Perhaps he will play some music for us in a minute because he's an artist. Mark must be like, what's wrong with that girl? And we have been laying the tracks. We've been talking a lot about, for those of you who are on social, please be mindful that you can send us your comments, you can send us your questions on any of the Reggae Month TV platforms. So at this stage, I just kind of want to, let's go to our guest from New Zealand. Mark, I know you said that you can't wait for collaborations. How I know how COVID-19 has impacted the world. But what are you doing? How is your music industry faring now? And what are you doing?
Yeah, I feel slightly embarrassed to tell you this, but we've been largely COVID free for the best part of.
Don't be embarrassed. I think you should shout it to the world.
And have been filling stadium gigs for the last sort of 6 months. So yeah, we just recently had the One Love Festival down in Tauranga. Which was 30,000 people, something along those lines. Yeah, bigger bands are doing stadium tours every weekend. Yeah, it's been pretty good, to be honest. So yeah, we're not suffering too badly. The only thing we miss, obviously, is international touring, and that's had a massive impact on our music economy and our music ecosystem. So yeah, a lot of production companies have gone under. We've tried to, as an industry, we raised around $1 million during the first lockdown pandemic area at the start of 2020. So we raised quite a lot of money there to help music workers out. But long term, that hasn't come through. So those production companies rely on those huge international tours coming to town for the roadies, the riggers, the stage crew, things like that, catering and stuff like that. So yeah, they've really suffered, and obviously we don't get the benefit of local musicians supporting those international acts either. So there is a severe dent in our economy. The positive side of that is that there is more concentration now on local touring and more interest in local artists. That particularly the big network commercial radio stations that don't have an expansive playlist, let's say, are now focusing a lot more on local artists. So there is positives to take from it, for sure. But yes, it would be nice if we got back to normal.
No, I'm actually quite encouraged that we could collaborate. Right now, we have a lot of COVID-free artists who could come to New Zealand for some collaboration.
As a matter of fact, we have been talking to Mark about a collaboration, and as he said, his day of celebration is the same as Bob Marley's birthday. So what we've been talking about is actually a songwriters camp, and we have already gone into some of the details of how we'd want it to be set up. Us going there, well, by us, I don't actually mean me. I mean
the songwriters.
The songwriters and the performers, them coming here, having an exchange like that. And hopefully, if we have that type of collaboration with the Marley family, that maybe some of those songs and performances can happen.
Just say the Marley family. We
It
went
could
there.
happen. It could happen.
It could happen.
It could happen.
See, sisterins, you know
and I think,
yourself.
that something like that's just really important. It strengthens the ties between our two cities. It strengthens those ties between the musicians. But we're all speaking a common language. That's the great thing about music, and it gives us an opportunity to build something new and interesting and exciting that is beyond that people can relate to, the public can relate to it, and it's vital. I just think it's vitally important, and it's the benefit of this Creative Cities network that we're in.
Thanks, Mark. Before I shift from you though, 2021 is the International Year of Creative Economy for Sustainable Development.
Yes.
Is there any acknowledgement of that in Auckland? Are you doing anything in particular to really observe these?
No. So well, there was, again, it's the knock-on effect of COVID. So we were planning a Creative Cities conference here, but we've had to move that back to at least next year now, and we've still got the option of moving it even further than that. So sadly that's where we're sitting with it. We haven't toyed around with the idea of doing a virtual conference.
No, we don't want any. Let's wait. Wait.
No, and this is the thing. Talking to Dania about the songwriting collaboration as well. It's it's feasible to do these things online, but
it's different.
I just think that the inspiration and the sort of magic happens when you get people in a room together. But those conversations and those sort of late night jams and a few drinks under the belt as well. Things start happening then. And those can't be replicated over a Zoom call.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing, Mark. David, anything for the year to mark that from KCC? Listen, me used to KCC, forgive me. It's KSAMC.
KSAMC.
That's a lot. Is where David gone?
I'm right here. So there's a lot of collaborative work that we can do. I've heard Dana extending an invitation to go to New Zealand. So when the songwriters are going over, I'll brush up on my skills and I could accompany them.
And not for you.
Not quite for you, David, but okay.
Not for you at all.
I've written quite a few songs.
Where are they?
Okay.
Where are they, David? We don't have proof of this.
Oh, but it's important that David has said that though, Dania, because one of the things we hear complaints from, and we know it has made the news. One of my artists, them did kind of benefit from Creative Cities, from entertainment industries. We did go and we had a fabulous show and it was wonderful. And the exchange itself, the experience was good. But it made the news. It made the news in a very negative way that some people are getting the benefits of while others aren't. And we know in reality it's not possible for everybody to, but what are we doing to ensure some amount of equity and that everybody has access to the information and the same opportunity?
Well, some of the programs within the cities are specific. So, for example, I remember the exchange that happened with Hamamatsu in Japan. They specifically wanted a band. They specifically wanted an eclectic band. And so we sent them a number of options, some from Edna Manley College, some that were around, and they specifically chose the one that they wanted. So some programs are like that.
That was Notice?
No, that one, Notice was the one in Germany with Mannheim. That one was with Nomads.
Okay,
So
cool.
for some programs, the city specifically knows what they want based on the festival they're having or the type of engagement, and so they choose what they want. For others, it's a little bit different. We're able to send an option, but it always comes with a guideline that we're able to stick into. Now, as it relates to our city in Kingston, when we are asking for an exchange, we have the opportunity to bring to set up our own brief of what we want. And so in that we're able to have a broader spectrum in which we can have more persons feel as if it is equitable. But it's not like we're running around choosing the same set of people to do these things.
No, and it's open, and I really think we have, as an industry, we have a responsibility to find the information as well.
And this is also where the registry comes in.
So, and you sign up for the entertainment registry, I'm pushing Jeria membership. It's important that you become a member of an organization. It could be Jeria, it JFM. Could be JFM, it could be Java. So there are enough organizations that there's nobody in music that you shouldn't be a part of something. So you're not running around, like headless chicken when you need that kind of assistance. I want to have my music for me. Want to have Chronics? Okay,
Chronics so we can. Is entering the discussion?
Chronics is just about to enter the discussion. It is 7:42 in Jamaica. We really kind of want to go up to 8 o'clock, but my mouth dry and I'm tired and hungry, and there's a curfew. But
there's a curfew.
So even before, perhaps we can close with those music and just ask for some closing thoughts from David and Mark who are on Zoom. Then I'll come around to you, Dania. No problem. I'm sorry, I was just doing something that, radio people do. So Mark, any final thoughts? I know you would have loved to be here sitting beside us, but you're not for the time being. So before you go, we'd love for you to just give us a vibe, how you feel about Reggae Month in particular, how you feel about possibilities for partnership with Jamaica, and any other partnerships you may have with other cities that you care to mention.
Sorry, you cut out there on me, everything froze, so I kind of missed the question. Was that about partnerships?
Yes, and it's your closing thoughts.
Yeah, so I still believe in the value of this Creative Cities Network. It's been, massively helpful to learn from other cities, to collaborate with other cities, to throw ideas around that we can all use. And I just think it's the right path. I think now more than ever, when communities are fractured, that we need cohesive music strategies and creative strategies in our cities to bring us all together and to make sure our communities don't unravel. It's I have a city that quite often the councillors and mayors, successive mayors, love to talk about infrastructure. They love to talk about roads and transport and sewerage and all those kind of things. But ultimately, it's the music and the creatives that in the city that are the lifeblood of it and make cities just so vital to live in. One other thing I wanted to mention as well was we talked about the Mastering of a Music City, the document. There is another really great sort of a sequel document to that called Keys to a Music City, and that has a lot of different variation, or it goes into the variations of different music boards and the way that music cities work, taking on board that not one size fits all, that there is depending on the city and the location and various other factors, that it sounds very much to me like Kingston and Auckland run very similar sort of strategies and policies, but that won't be true of, say, a smaller city like Amarante in Portugal, or somewhere in Korea. So that Keys to a Music City document is really, really valuable, and worth anyone, everyone should have a look at it if they can, because it explores different models of music city administrations and deployments.
Thank you, Mark. David? I don't know if David is still with us.
I'm here.
You have an opportunity to do everything that you possibly can during the downtime of the COVID-19 pandemic. Nobody now apply for license since we have no event. We can do everything else in terms of making music-friendly spaces and policies. What do you leave us with?
Well, we have been doing an audit of all the places of amusement across the city. and we're getting ready to have that information made public, as well as we're getting ready to have it presented as a part of our overall strategic development plan. So what Dania said earlier is key in that, the fact that there are no events now, they're research driven, and that's what we have been doing also to ensure that we come out of the pandemic in a better position than we were before, as it relates to, policy and licensing and fees and costs and stuff like that. So we have, as I think it's almost a 200-page document that we have compiled as it relates to the broader strategic development plan. And clearly under it, there is a significant portion dedicated to, the city, marketing the city as a creative city of music. So we have been building that out. It's almost ready for submission to our minister, and from then we'll present it to, of course, our other partners, including the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sports. Separate and apart from that, we've been doing work with the Kingston Creative Group. We've been doing work with a lot of local talents, also several projects that we're working on. We've also been doing some partnerships with companies, to train our creatives in videography and other areas of the creative industry. So we have been doing separate things in this downtime of the pandemic to ensure that we bounce back and we're able to recover in a much stronger position than we were pre-COVID.
Okay, thank you. My friend on set, how do we move forward with plans for this second leg of our Creative Cities status?
The focus is research, collaboration, and implementation. So that is exactly how we're working it. So we're doing all the research now. As a matter of fact, many of our sister cities have actually called upon us for some of our best practices because internationally, Jamaica looks good. We're loud. We're still doing things. Festivals are still happening here, albeit virtually. And they think that one of the comments that we got from sister city in Hanover is that for most of the cities that they spoke to, and this was about August, September, everybody felt so grim about the process. And when they spoke to Jamaica, even though we were facing the same things, and you just mentioned that we have a curfew, we have to go pretty soon, but we sounded like we had so much hope. And that is the premise on which our music is built on, all the 6 genres, and that is the premise on which we go forward to implement. So research, collaboration, implementation.
I hope we collaborate with our sister island, Trinidad and Tobago, who recently got their, congrats Port Trinidad and Tobago. Port of Spain is now a creative city of music. It's been good. It's been great, if I may say so myself. I've had great company. Thanks, Mark and David. Thank you, Dania. I just want to share Reggae Month, Reggae Open University, because we're speaking of university, that tomorrow the Institute of Caribbean Studies and Reggae Studies Unit at the UWI does their yearly Bob Marley lecture at 6 o'clock. You can tune in on the ICS YouTube platform for that. On Sunday, we honor a woman in reggae, Nana Queen Mother Rita Marley. It is. And we invite you to tune into that to 5:30. I don't remember the Zoom link, but you can go Sosa Crew, SOSACRU on Facebook. And of course, next week we are back here, right here in this space for another Reggae Open University. No, before that we have Reggae University on Tuesday at 6 o'clock as well. I don't really remember what they talk about Tuesday.
They're going to be talking about incentives.
Oh, they were talking about incentives. Lenny, you should be proud of me. Minister, you should be proud of me. And Dania, we remember. And so Tuesday we go back to that. And then on Thursday we have another Reggae Open University. This time we look at the impact of reggae globally. And yeah, enough for Una out there, so we talk about it all the time. After we can brag about it all the time. That conversation will be led by Dr. Sonia Stanley Nair, who will be the moderator. And we also have Ibu Cooper, Copeland Forbes. We have Lily Claire Bellamy from Jaipur, who kind of look on the protection of the music internationally. And we'll get another sister in for balance out the alpha energy to join her. We can't tell you yet, but it will be an artist. So I want to give thanks to our sponsors, especially the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, the Ministry of Tourism, the Chase Fund, Sagicor, big up yourself, Starlight Productions, Jamaica Tourist Board, Tourism Enhancement Fund, CPTC, Java, JCDC, Reggaeville, Rhythm Agency, Surfer Reggae, Reggae Festival Guide, M1 Production, and SR Rehearsal Studios. I'm your host with the mostest, Colleen Douglas. That sounds corny, but I'm Colleen Douglas.
It rhymes though.
But it rhymes. And it has been my pleasure sharing with you. And yes, we like music. We don't know what kind of music they have up there for you, but we can out with some music. We have Chronics. Smile Jamaica is quite appropriate.
Yes, it is.
So enjoy, and we'll see you next week.
Tell me in the tropics. She asked me what's my name, I tell her I am Chronics. And I said, girl, tell me what's your name. And she tell me that her name is Jamaica. And I said, smile, girl, smile. Smile for me, Jamaica. And I said, smile, girl, smile. Ooh, Lord, smile for me, Jamaica. And never you cry, here am I. Yeah, I'm here for you, Jamaica. Dry your eyes, girl, smile. Smile for me, Jamaica. Lord, hey, she have a rich history. A beautiful woman with the sweetest gifts. Beautiful sunrise and an evening kiss of a nice sunset on the evening season. But she tell me, say she tired. Tired of the exploit and the liars. She give them reggae, give them beaches, give them flowers and the ferns. All she got is abuse in return. But I say, don't you worry yourself, mama. Hey, Chronics is here to your help, mama. Ooh, I said, no worry yourself, mommy. One thing me, I beg you do for me. And I say, smile, girl, smile. Smile for me, Jamaica. And I said, smile, girl, smile. Hey, smile for me, Jamaica. Never you cry, here am I. Girl, I'm here for you, Jamaica. What must I try? Oh, my. That she asked me, and this I want me say, a sweet, sweet Chronics, you figure them, give them. The one drop beat, pan a rhythm. Are you give them bob with a different step in? Are you give them bolt, nobody can run left him, boy. But see ya, they must see things, say you're out of ideas. You give them art and sweet literature. You're gonna make the world see the better picture. I said, no worry yourself, mama. Chronics is here to your help, mama. Hey, I said, no worry yourself, mommy. One thing me, I beg you do. And I said, smile, yeah, smile, boy. Smile for me, Jamaica. And I said, smile, girl, smile. Wah, 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 wah. Smile for me, Jamaica. Never you cry, here am I. Whoa, for me, Jamaica. And I said, smile, boy. In the day, boy, boy, yeah.
Reggae Month is February. February is Reggae Month. Come catch the rhythm virtually. We gone online totally on Reggae Month TV. Mega reggae concerts, interesting reggae documentaries, informative reggae symposia, and lots more. Online daily from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. on PBCJ, Jam Vision, JCDC Facebook page, and several other cable and social media platforms. Details available on the Reggae Jamaica mobile app, Reggae Month TV. Tune in daily and be entertained and informed.
Echoes of Sound Systems. This Friday and Saturday night at 9:30 p.m. Friday, February 19th, Clash 3 of 4. Kush International versus Red Heat. Saturday, February 20th. Clash 4 of 4. Top Class versus Jam Rock. Echoes of Sound Systems. It's a dance hall thing.
I'm Mr. Reggae Ambassador.
Young Reggae Ambassadors will take the spotlight this Friday and Saturday night in Young Reggae Ambassadors, the concert, night 1.
Friday, February 19th.
The women take center stage with Jamila Falak,
Naomi Cowan,
Sharita Lewis, Althea Hewitt, Joby J, and Chanel Muir. And on night 2,
Saturday, February 20th.
the men roll in with Jay Summer, Samurai, Ibamar, Siobhan, and Runkus. The future of reggae music on display. Young Reggae Ambassadors on the Reggae Jamaica mobile app. Hashtag Reggae Month 2021. Come catch the rhythm virtually.
I'm Mr. Reggae Ambassador.
When systems like Cox's and Prince Busters would set up within hearing distance of each other in the early days, squads of police usually were called in to control the resultant fights and shoot-ups. The sound system men preceded the DJs of popular music by a decade. And when the R&B records gave way to local Jamaican recordings, they became a thing of great rivalry. The men who held sound system and the yard dances attracted a great number of followers. Each system had its own posse. The same people who owned the sound systems later became producers of records, and in producing these records, they used them in competing against their rivals by having exclusive use of a popular hit for a certain time. Now this style is called dub plate style. They had started with R&B records brought from small independent American producers. And the very first Jamaican records were close to the R&B that they were accustomed to. When the ska was promoted, it was the first Jamaican indigenous music that had a new original beat.
Are you turning over for now? Watch it.
Just go the way I want to just go. Sure.
Right about now, you've been entertained by Jack Ruby High Power, a sound system at the controls in a crucial style. Good day, Jack.
Say me no want it by the cock, me say me on. Say me no want it by the cock, me say me on. Right? Say me no want it by the cock. Perspiration is a running on me back. Perspiration is a running on me back. Jah know say me slim, me not go get fatter. The people in the dance say now them do that. They come, they catch, they kimbo and pose. I take fat jammy like a we a war rope. Say fi go and go down. Power bomb, me say me go down. Nobody take me fi no looking glass. Nobody take me fi no looking glass. How when me say me jukes in a me yard when I plan to go abroad. Say Bobby come and tell me say I dance pon the corner. Take off me cap, me have to put it on back. Take off me shirt, me have to put it on back. Take off me pants, me have to put it on back. Me jump in a dance and a dirty Bobby sock because I dance pon the corner. Jamaica till you jack and Ruby pon the corner. Starring Faja and Bobby Culture. Man scratchy ranking and the rider. Right and know I say I murder me chant from. Fashion request want to Jack who be on the owner. Fashion request to put fashion look on me teacher. Say every hour on the hour on the hour on the music on the hour. Every hour on the shower on the music on the hour. Say a dance for me Ghana. Bobby culture, a dance for Chicana. Gravis to this place, nobody feel away. Man cause Scotch walks away, and then Bobby culture walks in and say, nobody feel away, you know? Hey, come in, say long time in no see them a dangerous thing. Say long time in no see them a dangerous thing. Bobby culture DJ, I chuck. The man called Faja, him select the rhythm. No hear about the new Bama Merca building. It's suffocate man in the chopper building. It's a Mr. Culture, the mic and thing. Keep your rockle and sing. Do it! Hey, come and say rabbit in the pig, said along with pigeon. The whole of them are sleeping and they sing something. Me DJ fi me goddamn and me DJ fi me king. It's a Mr. Culture, keep your rockle and sing. Said a long time in no see a them a dangerous thing. A long time in no see a them a dangerous thing. Bobby Culture DJ, I just can't him a sing. The man called Faja, him select the rhythm. Along with me I drink Scotchy ranking. I want to do it. Into the sky, flying jumbo plane. Oh, hitching a ride on a Kingston train. This fool, Lord, I'm such a fool. But it is my fault, that I follow the rule. I've already come a long way, changing place today, I say you. But tell me, whoever the children play, where do they play, where do they play? But there's a taxes increase in the crop living, and the work in the days, Lord, and the sleep at night, and the live in the dark, and the ticket is light, and the learn to fight to one another, saying that we stand for peace. I've already come a long way, changing days today, I say. But tell me, whoever the children play, where do they play? Where do they play? Do you think it is fine, flying a ganja plane? Oh, hitching a hurry you know I've been this fool, Lord, I'm such a fool. But it isn't my fault that I follow the rule. I've already come a long way, changing days today and day. But tell me, whoever the children play, where do they play? Where do they play?
Right about now, the musical spotlight shines on star called Mickey Simpson. A Jackery production from One Music Avenue. Here comes the man Mickey Simpson. This is kind of brand new. Can it be played by the sound of the Black Experience, Carl Marty, Jack Ruby, the sound of the Nation and Groovy.
Ladies, all the ladies, all good to love it. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. All right. Give me your love, and I will give you mine. Give me your heart, and I will tear it apart. Give me your hand, and let me leave you alone, 'cause I need you. You that I love, I need you. You that I need the first time we met.
with you.
Special request for our Black Star Baller. I think call the gunman, you know? Think call the gunman. Special request to the man. Do it! Hey, gunman. Hey, I gonna man now where you get the gun from. Now where you get the gun from. Hey, but it's a gunman connection. It's a one a gunman connection. Hey, come on the M1 connected to the M2. The M2 connected to the M3. The M3 connected to the special. The special connected to the Bucky. The Bucky connected to the Remy. The Remy is connected to the one pop. The one pop connected to the buckshot. And them ya gun them full of jammer. The Bushmaster connect to the M4. The M4 connect to the bazooka. The bad boy carry them the gun pan shoulder. Them dead boy them don't look fit fire. Them man pan the trigger them break up of the trigger. That is 16 a bus pure copper. The gunman right back, shoot the line. Goose, right.
Echoes of Sound Systems. This Friday and Saturday night at 9:30 p.m. Friday, February 19th, Clash 3 of 4. Kush International versus Red Heat. Saturday, February 20th, Clash 4 of 4. Top Class versus Jam Rock. Echoes of Sound Systems. It's a dance hall thing.
I'm Mr. Reggae Ambassador.
Young Reggae Ambassadors will take the spotlight this Friday and Saturday night in Young Reggae Ambassadors, the concert, night 1.
Friday, February 19th.
The women take center stage with Jamila Falak,
Naomi Cowan,
Sharita Lewis, Althea Hewitt, Joby J, and Chanel Muir. And on night 2,
Saturday, February 20th.
the men roll in with Jay Summer, Samurai, Ibamar, Siobhan, and Runkus. The future of reggae music on display. Young Reggae Ambassadors on the Reggae Jamaica mobile app. Hashtag Reggae Month 2021. Come catch the rhythm virtually.
I'm Mr. Reggae Ambassador.
Presenting highlights of the Children of the Icons Concert Tour.
Children of the Icons.
When I said more, you said more.
Providing a platform showcasing young and emerging artists in the Jamaican music industry.
Anatomy, put some hands together and help me welcome Earth and Fullness.
I love my roots. I love my roots. From the first day I met you, I knew I'd never forget you. And the way you hold me close, the way you speak so freely like a cool breeze, I can feel me. That's the kind of love I want to know. Oh, I love my roots. I daddy. Mama, oh empress, so great, yes, man, and she am a mommy. Oh, I love my roots, yeah, yeah. Oh, I love my roots. I see the day dawning. This is to be that day. Don't worry about nothing. Revolution will take you up. More love is the plan. Well, Emperor Selassie, I the King of Kings. Fly over them. Fly over them. While you're living in the joy Rastafari brings. Sing with me, yeah. Sing with me, yeah, yeah. We are the people, and we gonna live that life true and right. As we climb to the top, they can't even wonder. Instantly asunder. Emperor Selassie, I the King of Kings. Said we're living in the joy Rastafari brings. Oh, 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 yeah. One step juggle, then you rock and for me, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Sing with me, yeah. Sing with me, yeah, yeah. Family secrets are way too long to come home. Home. The message of memory calling you, come home. Home. Never forget you, dear. Live as one. And in the gift of this life you live, shall will be done. Oh, oh, oh. Live your shady. We are one. Live your shady. Shall will be done. Oh, oh, oh. Shall will be done.
Emancipation Park, it is my pleasure to introduce Tamo J.
All the lovers stand with me tonight and sing this one. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, yeah. Hi. We've been together for a while now, growing stronger every day now. Feels so good and there is no doubt, yeah. I will stay with you as each morning brings the sunrise and the flowers bloom in springtime. On my loving you can rely, yeah. If you know this one, sing with me tonight, Emancipation Park. Oh, I will stay with you, yes, through the ups and the downs. Oh, I will stay with you when no one else is around. And when the dark clouds arise, I will stay by your side, and I know it'll be alright. I will stay with you. Oh. friendships get old and have the tendency to grow cold, we've got something like a miracle, yeah. And I'll stay with you. Sing with me. Oh, I will stay with you. Yes, through the ups and the downs. Oh, I will stay with you when no one else is around. And when the dark clouds arise, I will stay by your side. And I know we'll be alright. I will stay with you. Yeah, you can call on me. Promise to give you all your wants and needs. But know you're right and we can all agree. Timing is major key. Girl, I'll be patient. And you'll be just fine, fine. No need to worry. Everything takes time. I'll get to know you. And soon you'll be mine, mine. No need to rush it. Everything takes time. Can I talk to you tonight, ladies? Shh. You definitely spark me interest, no doubting that. But you find it hard for see cause you're holding back. Just me girl, me understand you have to put up a front. But if you give me a chance, we counting. What? No time for drama, nor the war and the shouting. I just love it for my queen on the mountain top. Nothing else in between, but just I keep it real. So tell me what's the deal, girl, if I'm patient. Will you be mine, mine? No need to worry. Everything takes time. I'll get to know you. And soon you'll be mine, mine. No need to worry. Everything takes time. Yes, I a bit about the ones before me. But me in your life now is a different story, girl. Erase your pain and all your misery slowly. Satisfaction but from good loving. No need for worry even when I'm touring. Cause you're the only one I wanna be exploring, girl. Nothing else in between, but just I keep it real. Hey, girl, I've been patient. So will you be mine, mine? No need to worry. Everything takes time, and I'll get to know you. And soon you'll be mine, mine. So no need to rush it. Everything takes time. Aye. Someone put you on my timeline. Yeah, baby, you have the right wine. Aye. Someone can't go without your love for one night. Your body, I'm a lifeline. So me put a ring beside the middle finger. Know me, I love you for your lifetime. Baby, you hold me only. Your body good, I can testify it. So me can't go without your love for one night. Your body, I'm a lifeline. You get me squeeze me the tightest. So me know you have the vice grip. And you a wife, the rest of them a side chick. Put it in the contract, I go sign it. Cause I'm like time me a search for your little gold mine. I'm a know say me find it. Your body bless you on the best of me. I can touch it daily and nightly. Yeah, she time it. Can't go without your love for one night. Your body have a lifeline. So me put a ring beside the middle finger. Know me, I love you for your lifetime. Baby, you hold me only. Your body good and I'm blessed to try it. I can't go without your love for one night. I can't sleep right if I know you there beside me. Blows my mind. And me have girl of every kind, but you my prefer right here. You prove me right. Loving where you keep me in for nights. Baby, are you me and me to them talk about? It's evident you are me antidote. All when them laugh me till I talk my throat. Are you my lover that you know for no girl? Because I can't go without your love for one night. Your body have a lifeline. So me put a ring. Now me they love you for your lifetime. Baby, you hold me only. Your body good and I'm blessed to try it. Come and can't go without your love for one night.
Put your hands together for the one and only GR.
I've been going now for quite some time. I can't stop now. I can't slow down. I've been here and there. I've been everywhere. No lie, I swear. I've been here. I've been there. Living life on the go. Got to beat all obstacles. Got to conquer
on me trees and laugh, yeah. All we need is love, love. I've been going now for quite some time. I can't stop now. I can't slow down. I've been here and there. I've been everywhere. No lie, I swear. I've been here. I've been here. Hey, mankind is an animal. You cannot trust anyone. Don't you trust the hands of men? They will only let you down. I was told no man is an island, but I am giant. I be by myself, yeah. I was told no man is an island, but I am a giant. Hey, no matter where you're at, just running for no. Love, get tickets and cruise, come and jam down. Right now, when you are run, go, yard your fear run, go. Mama couldn't get done, bun in a pot, me want some. Tourists just apply, come, don't trip about it, awesome. Nick grill up some fat buds, good, I sense me want some. Want some of that, yes. Want some. What you want? Everyone want, some sugar with the coconut. Want some of that, eh? This is what's up with it. Want some of that. You get up, want some. And if you want to find a peace of mind, hey, visit this island of sunshine, Lord. Blue Mountain for us to climb, and Cane River when I bed in time. When you are run go, yard your fear run go. Mama put yard done, bun in a pot me want some. Tourists just apply go, don't give a out to it awesome. Nick grill up some fat buds, some fat buds. So nice, I don't wanna be so nice. I don't wanna be so nice, so nice, so nice. I don't wanna be so nice. I don't wanna be so nice, so nice, so nice. I don't wanna be so nice. I wanna be so nice, so nice, so nice. I don't wanna be so nice. I don't wanna be so nice, so nice. I don't wanna be so nice. I don't wanna be so nice, so nice, so nice. I don't wanna be so nice. I don't wanna be so nice, so nice, so nice. I don't wanna be so nice. I don't wanna be so nice, so nice, so nice. I don't wanna be so nice, so nice. Hey, simple things that you do is between me and you. Hey, you're always there. You're right if you're sincere. My love for you keeps growing every day. No, I wish I never liked you, but hey, I got to be beside you now. I don't wanna be so nice. I don't wanna be so nice, so nice, so nice. I don't wanna be so nice. I wanna be so nice, so nice, so nice. I don't wanna be so nice. I wanna be so nice, so nice, so nice. I don't wanna be so nice. I wanna be so nice, so nice. I said I know we both need love. Stop being facetious. Now I know we both need us. Come home and get the knee rub. Now I know we both need
the fence and their conference and I'm in the spring and pop on to the gate. Pay the biscuit, we get pop on to the gate, get a spot up on the face. I'm a dingo, Michigan. Come now. Man, it's a long time in no DJ in a dance. Pull it. Emancipation Park, are you ready? I'm a dingo. Original Papa Michigan live and direct. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Hey, man, it's a Friday evening. The people them tired of working. Them hear the disco playing. It make them feel like dancing. But watch a man. Come on in a late time with the big hater, with the disco operator. Leroy Sibbles just a play upon the bass. Papa Michigan with a smile on we face. Make we dub it up. Come now, man, it's a long time you no DJ in a dance. See that? Comfy, nice up your area. That one your name, nice up your corner. But watch your man, dance it off it off. Dance it off it, I'm on the liquor sell off. The liquor sell off. And the people really keep it off it off. Oh Lord, promoter and his hygiene off it. How them laugh? How know them laugh? Mix, cause tell me, Banamico in Jamaica. Give me now, Banamico in Jamaica. Come now, Banamico in the getting. You say me not leave Jamaica. But me chicken, you not leave Jamaica. But watch out, come dance it off it up. Dance it off it. I'm on the liquor sell off. The liquor sell off. And the people really keep it off it up. I tell you, the recipes off it up. Oh, you laugh. La 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 la. Oh, you laugh. The wickedest time when rain start fall. The girl them start to una send telegram. Them have to make a phone call. She says she want bad thing go fit tear down her wall. Winter, spring, or even fall. She say, yo, Papa Michigan, I want you around me dance so. But isn't she lovely? Isn't she wonderful? Because a lot of women not get no up tonight. Baseline. A lot of women not get no loving tonight. Yeah, why? Cause them man them Russian. Some y'all that look at husband. So them check Leroy Sibbles. Or them check Papa Michigan. I love you! Look in my love. It ain't easy. It ain't easy. All right, pull up. Give me the man the names.
Well, from the root of Jamboni Whaler, I love to welcome on stage in Falmouth right now, young, talented son. His name is I Sidinaki, forward Rasta, son of Jamboni Whaler.
Feeling good, yes I'm living, yeah, and I'm feeling good. I'm living, and I'm feeling good. Yes, I'm living my life, and I'm keeping my head high. Watch this time now. Till I'm late to race, live life to the fullest. Oh, you expect we gonna wear if you sit down on your ass. Better try your best, no make time go to waste. No come overnight, no be ridiculous. Have to walk round the clock non-stop, like a second hand to put the fire under the pot. So I am giving thanks for what I've got. One like you better than me, but me now watch that. Cause once me have life, me good, live good, everybody feel good. Once me have life, I'm great. Can't complain, me just a go on over the faith. Once me have life,
Say me a win, Lord, yeah. Jah put me a suffer a reason. Once me have life, I'm living in. So when me say in the street, that me mean literally. Trample the beast, that me mean spiritually. Try this straight and narrow, we no dilly, we no dally. Up on top of the beat, and when me say down lyrically, me say I listen last in the verse, no apology. Who judge a bless, no one curse. So we no worry, we just do what make we happy. Original, no copy. Me name a Saturday Nake, you tell me so chatty, chatty. Me say talk is cheap. Now go believe until they must see. So me say talk is cheap. But if I action thing, then that's what me I do. And me say talk is cheap. Now go believe until they must see. So me say talk is cheap. But if I action, drum bass. Stepping it up, similar to a ladder. Spreading the love, cause of that we got a lot of. Cut and go through like a last when it touch up. And it's a pity they don't know, say it no matter what they chatter. Cause Jaja work we a do, so no bother. One like a bigger, or act like say you bother sata. Masagana do me lick up, me tell her watch and say no falla, no lippin'. Talk is cheap. Now go believe until they must see. So me say talk is cheap. But if I action thing, I me say talk is cheap. Now go believe until they must see. So me say talk is cheap. Come on, bass. I heard that this girl, her name was Maxine. Her face was like a bunch of roses. If I ever tell you about Maxine, you would have say I don't know what I know, but what? Murder she wrote. Nah. Murder she wrote. Murder she wrote. Stop it. Murder she wrote. Hold on, man. Bunks me low. Them a talk about murder she wrote. And the woman them are dead from there. The man a kill woman all about the place. Right? Say fire. 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 And it starts in the home. Don't make no man put them on fire, you know. Cause this is it start, you know. Nah lick no woman. That one your name. Nah lick no woman. That one your name. Nah lick no. Ladies scream. What you know? I me say, nah lick no woman, no matter how she face it. Nah lick no woman, and no some me mother raise me. Nah swell up my girl face must be crazy. That's why no for them I get gun like a bakery. Now this me. So, hold on. Look like that one, yeah? Them like it. Let me start again then. I watch your style, let me say. Nah lick no woman, no matter how she face it. Nah lick no woman, and no some me mother raise me. Nah swell up me girl face must be crazy. That's why no for them I get gun like break. They offer me woman safety, so she rape me. This me sister and a bailing when you bake. This me mother come and bake, pick me no play. Cause me that I would be bake it like that. Talk is cheap. Now go believe on. Hey, and me say talk is cheap. But if I action thing, then not some man do. And me say talk is cheap. Now go believe, say me now go. And me say talk is cheap. Me say Roby, come on and Valmont, wave your hands up, ready again. Hey. I me say Roby, come on and tune me. Me say for this session, it I talk. Check singing, come on and groovy. Me say be Robbie, this your rhythm, it vital. And it's a cool running. I know dance all a good night, tell it it's a cool running. The rhythm I got deep like sugar and spice. Yeah, I'm cool running. Just rock with your detail all night long. I said now, cool running. While in this jockey play your favorite song, Mr. Roby, come on and tune in. money is vital. Miss Effie check singing. Come on and groove in. Miss Effie rubbing. Cause Falmouth is vital. And it's a cool running. We are gonna rock till broad daylight singing. Cool running. Me arguing with no need of us no fight. I say that I'm cool running. I know that's all I got nice. Tell you it's a cool running. Cool. Come on here. Hey, I'm in here, must have knocky from the tribe of. I'm in a follow nobody, I'm in a follow fashion. And me say wrong, I Washington, girl, that's where me come from. I may never take up nobody's and go turn no gunman. Fit them call no police for me. Fit nobody call no police for me. But them still call me down whenever my kid on me on. Musical murderer, all the lyrical felon. Original style is a brand new pattern. Dan dada and me dada, him now pass no pattern. It's just a cool running. Sing me now. Cool running, running, running. Cool running. Yeah, yeah. Cool running, running. Yeah, yeah. Again. Cool running. Again. Cool. What a Falmouth. Cool running. Again. Cool running, running, running. Buffalo. Cool running. Alright. Yes, baby, I like that. Alright. I'll play your favorite song, darling. And we can rock it all night long, darling. Cause I've got your love, darling. Love, sweet love, darling. Easy. Mellow mood has got me. So let the music rock me. Let love come running in, darling. Love, sweet love, darling. Quiet as the night. Please turn off your lights. I'll play your favorite song, darling. And we can rock it all night long. To the bridge, to the bridge. I miss it. Strike the hammer wide. Iron is hot. Strike the hammer wide. Iron is hot. Oh, strike the hammer wide. The iron is hot, baby. Open up your heart. Open up your heart. Let love come running in, darling. Love, sweet love, darling. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Hey, tough young. Although them see man smile, them don't know how me feel more time. I follow your lead more psych, I too hard to please mankind. I don't know how me do it sometime. Nah, no food for eat lunchtime. I fall on my knees and cry to the most I fi be my God. Me just a follow the leader, eh. Jaja a lead the way, yeah. Follow the leader, eh. Cause I'm a believer, yeah. Follow the leader, yeah. Jana go lead astray, follow the leader. When man a hustle and a grind, never grudge another man for your time. Still I give thanks though it hard, God no life no sweet like man. Mount of people me give us strength, still no like we see man rise. Why? So when me need little help to the hills I lift up my eyes. Me just a follow the leader, Jaja a leader way, follow the leader, 'cause I'm a believer, follow the leader,
It's always been a joy for me to play this entertainer on the radio. Me say, the man music nice. It's richest boy.
Holy Manuel like King Selassie and the Rastafari. Yes. Oh na na. Na 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 na. Hey. Hey, what they gonna do? What they gonna do? We are rising. Babylon falling. Babylon falling down. What they gonna do? What they gonna do? We are rising. Babylon falling. Babylon falling down. Hail so high, we must get over it. Back us so stiff, we got to conquer it. Fire where you burn, they can't go round it. Where the world went down. Come on, rising to the top. We're the survivor, ain't gonna stop. Stay alive, yeah. Now watch them a blood. They're not for long, they're just breaking down. Come on now, what they gonna do? What they gonna do? We are rising. Babylon falling. Babylon falling down. One bigger ox again, go what they gonna do? What they gonna do? We are rising. Babylon falling. Babylon falling down. Africa is calling you and me. Let's go there and see. The river Nile is flowing there for years. Come on, black people, come on, friend, come on, dry your tears again. What they gonna do? What they gonna do? We are rising. Babylon falling. Babylon falling down. Again, say what they gonna do? What they gonna do? We are rising. Babylon falling.
Babylon falling down. I don't like
the way you're living, because the way you're living is sickening. Them 5 youths,
them out of the living.
They call us lazy while we're willing. Then go again. You say that and look you get shot again. Fire for the wicked, fire for the evil. What's my God, we seven on the life for the way. What's my God, we seven on the life for the way. Not on the time you don't have to give them down again. What kind of do something you can say again? Who can look at you that we can say again? Hey, it's any dance
I don't like the way you're living.
Because the way
you're living is sickening.
Every time, yes, them Friday youths, oh na na, they call us lazy. There's a while we winning. Bam, bam, drop again. Boom, bam. Oh my, yeah, na na na, yeah, 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 yes. Now yeah. Watch those places you walk and mind the way you talk. Watch out for them vampires who will sneak up in the dark. Watch out for them big time thief who claim say that them smart. But I bring in the crack and the guns to come mess up the youths them heart.
Earth are on bread.
Cause 10 years old, I look them on that team, right?
I hear an next to them. Earth a run red.
And you 10 years old, I see them on that team, right? I hear an next to them. You see, the mark of the beast are coming and they're sneaking under man's feet. The revelation time, go check the signs of the time. You know, believe. And you see the youth them go in the street and they know that things not go sweet. Some man a hustle, man a shuffle up the ready day. I can't find food for eat.
Earth a run red.
And you tell you what I look them on that team, right? Now here I get to that. Whoa, yeah.
Earth a run red.
Tell you what I look them on that team, right? Now here I get to that. Yeah. All right, Rex. My black like a time.
Black like a time.
Black and I'm proud I am for know who you are. Black like a time.
Black like a time.
In Africa is a motherland because we're black superstar. Black like a time.
Black like a time.
Black and I'm proud I am for know who you are.
Black like a time. Black superstar.
Some say when I say black puss, you fi turn back. Some said nothing good never come out of black. Get clank on spot, I say him too black. But my complexion could have never flap. I'm proud to be black, I'm black to be proud. Marcus Garvey lead out 10 million black. I'm black to be proud, I'm proud to be black. So if you win now, the shout it, shout it, shout it, shout it, shout it. I'm black like a tar.
Black like a tar. Know who you are. Black like a tar.
Africa, hail Africans, yes.
Black like a tar. Know who you are. Black like a tar. Black superstar.
Break it down. Oh, na 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 na. Yeah, na na na. No, 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 no. Yeah, na 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 na. Oh, yes. Hey, my baby, feel it. Come on. Hey, when I tell you that the time is getting critical, I don't want you to worry. You know I never want you to fret. When there is so much going on, there's silent difficult. And only them same old Babylon trying to run things over it. But if you think that His Majesty is sleeping, then you better think of twice. He would have never made the Babylon come mash down Zion eyes. When there's an old barrage of righteous youth man out there. And we ain't
no way.
No time when old barrage of righteous youth man in town. And we ain't going down. No, we never gonna stop. No way. Oh, na 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 na. Yeah. Hey, na 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 na. Hey, I can go brown skin. Nah, you're nothing. Man, I love the vibe, I love the spice, I love the passion you bring.
Brown skin.
Yes, I'm on the rap, you want the lucky with my arms.
Brown skin.
The way you smile, the way you attire, the way you
take care of yourself.
In every way you make my day, you know. Come on, rest the seat in your eyes that it's me. It's so living. You love you so, baby. Hot like a fire, my heart desire. She pretty like a fire. Whoa.
Brown skin. Brown skin.
Girl, I wanna wrap you, wanna lock you in my arms and chain.
Brown skin.
Wanna love your vibe, I love your spice, love the passion. I want your full attention of your love. In my direction, in my songs, you never be mentioned. Man, give you love, love and affection. I'm so glad that you made a woman. What a much perfect combination. Go multiply and bring forth the nation. I love you, baby, cause I love you, baby, baby.
Brown skin.
Oh, na, na, na. Na, 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 na. Again, see it? Girl, I love you when I won't be shy. To tell you this, my girl, right here. But I love you when I tell no lie. If I don't get your love, I'll be gonna cry. Keep moving, my girl. Oh, na, na, na. Yes, I can see the angel in your eyes.
Proving my girl.
Oh, na, na, na.
Proving my girl.
Yes, I can see your love light
shine so bright.
Love is a gamble, but it's a game I wanna play
with you
every time, child. It's a gamble, but I know I won't lose my love
for you.
No time. Hey, come on. I tell you this now. Come on, take you by your ring. Then I make you understand and give me one and only, one and only. One and only. Yeah.
Proving my girl.
Oh, na, na, na.
Proving my girl.
Yes, I can see the angel in your eyes. Hey, here come, let me tell you about the ghetto girl.
Ghetto girl.
Now that chick says she's simple, not because she smiles, see you lift me out.
Ghetto girl.
About that chick says she's soft, like a mood that take her out the ground, that's such a ghetto girl.
Ghetto girl, simple. Ghetto girl.
Break it down, but I tell you so. She only need a break in life to show you now what she can do. She's conscious and polite and ambitious too.
She's so decent, she's so quiet.
She only wants someone to keep her warm. She's a warrior, she's a champion. Just give her a chance to see what she can do. That's such a ghetto girl.
Ghetto girl.
But that chick says she's simple. Not because she's smart, let's get him behind the ghetto girl.
Ghetto girl.
I don't know, I didn't feel it good. Oh, na, na, na. Yeah, na, 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 na. Come in, I want to leave here tonight, but I'm still at the funny youth. Watch on, I look there. When the streets was getting hot, and the youth
get so cold.
Searching for food from the pot, and they'll do anything to fill that gap. Whoa, in the streets was getting hot, and the youth get so cold. Searching
food for the pot, anything to fill that gap.
As generation comes and goes, you got to make preparation while the youths them grow. It's what the reapers want to sow. The youths them are the light in the future, so we dance them and dance them. If education is the key, then why the big guys are making so expensive for we. Give them the key, oh, set them free. Yes, in the streets it's getting hot.
Youths them a get so cold.
Search
food for the pot. Anything to pull that.
Every time, get in the streets was getting hot. And the youths
them a get so cold.
Searching for
food for the pot. Anything to pull that.
Got to find a better way. Cause we've been looking at Babylon, we see a beautiful flame. Got so the giddy and stare. Yeah. Our nation got to come together and Celestia, he is the truth and the light and the way. Leave the people in the way.
In the streets it's getting hot. Youths them a get so cold. Food for the pot. Anything to pull that gap.
stop. Yeah, give thanks again. Hold on, thanks. Give thanks again. Give thanks to the support, thanks to the black music. Give thanks to the ministers who put this thing together. And let it be here for I and I to be here. And the I and I's to be here together. It's so good and pleasant to people, and people come together in one perfect harmony. I love you. Oh, you're looking so beautiful. Yes, man. I will give thanks to that. Yeah, man. Be gone about my business. Yes. Ganja fire. Yeah. I see before me left my gun right now. Burning marijuana from my gun.
Keep my mama smarter. Highway, marijuana from the
Young Reggae Ambassadors will take the spotlight this Friday and Saturday night in Young Reggae Ambassadors, the concert, night 1.
Friday, February 19th.
The women take center stage with Jamila Falak,
Naomi Cowan,
Sharita Lewis, Althea Hewitt, Joby J, and Chanel Muir. And on night 2,
Saturday, February 20th.
the men roll in with Jay Summer, Samurai, Ibamar, Siobhan, and Runkus. The future of reggae music on display. Young Reggae Ambassadors on the Reggae Jamaica mobile app. Hashtag Reggae Month 2021. Come catch the rhythm virtually.
I'm Mr. Reggae Ambassador.
Echoes of Sound Systems. This Friday and Saturday night at 9:30 p.m. Friday, February 19th, Clash 3 of 4. Kush International versus Red Heat. Saturday, February 20th, Clash 4 of 4. Top Class versus Jam Rock. Echoes of Sound Systems. It's a dance hall thing.
Do you have the Reggae Jamaica mobile app on your phone? No? Well, you could be missing out on news, views, interviews, events, and so much more about the impact of reggae music across the globe. Information at your fingertips about Reggae Month and other exciting reggae events. That's the Reggae Jamaica mobile app, now available in the Apple or the Google Play Store. Get it now!
Everybody wanna feel.
My name is Johan Blake, Olympic and world champion. I love track and field. I love what I do, because to be an ambassador, not just only for Jamaica but for the sport, it helped me to stand out for people and also to help Jamaica community, of course. What I love most about Jamaica, I would say, is the love that Jamaica have for one another. The scenery, the food, the atmosphere, the people, the vibes, the music. It's all fun for tourists to come and visit, different places. You can go to the Blue Hole. When you go to the country, you can relax, you can pick ackee, mango. It's really lovely. It's a wonderful place, one of the most beautiful places in the world.
It's the man in lane 6, it is a Jamaican victory. Johan Blake, who comes through to win the 100 metres.
This is what you've been waiting for. A chance to change your point of view and take the break you deserve at Jamaica's resorts and attractions. When you can open your door to the seaside instead of just outside. Where you can change your mask and take a plunge.
Sunshine smiling warm up inside your heart. Feeling of pure love. Oh, Jamaican heartbeat. Dancing to the beat. Up inside your heart. Whoa. Heartbeat of the world. Oh, Jamaican heartbeat.
Contact your travel agent today to book your staycation. RediscoverJamaica.com.
in the reggae studio with our reggae ambassadors as they reveal the other side of the reggae beat outside the spotlight.
I'm George Nooks, singer, long-time musician, used to play drum in the church, and DJ under Prince Mohammed, and that's about it pertaining to name stuff and stuff like that. I was born in Kingston and grew up in St. Andrew, a place named King Weston. So I grew up with my grandmother and get into the record industry after that and left to the state to live with my family and was moving back and forth until now. I grew up in an oriented like church family, so I always have to go to church. I had to go to church on Sundays, and whenever church day is, like Monday night and Sunday schools and other stuff like that, and that is mostly where I started out, singing in the church and the choir, and I used to get great feedback, so that's where it all started from, and I took it to school after, function, like, school fetes and graduation and all them school concerts and stuff like that, and we used to mash up the place, so, the people them just show me that this is really what I should do.
Oh Lord, yeah, Lord Almighty, you were seen running round with him again. Oh yeah. Still, I guess this is where you really want to stay. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Oh, Josh, I thought you were mine. He told you on the same old line. And while you riding around, I'm gonna be left with the broken. Still, I guess this is where you really want to stay. Oh, yeah. There is nothing I can say to you, my love. Oh, yeah. Ooh. 'Cause why didn't you let me know before I let myself go? And while you running around, I'm gonna be left with a broken heart. Left with a broken heart. I knew that he was taking you away. That day, he was looking at you. That day, so I guess I had to find another love. Oh yeah, ooh, baby. There is nothing I can say to you, my love. No, darling, but someday you gonna come back to me while in someone else's arms. And while I'm running round, you're gonna be left with a broken heart. Left
Then from there and from school now I start going to the studios, you know, when school give holidays and stuff like that. And I met Joe Gibbs as one of these. I used to do a lot of talent shows all over Jamaica, all the parishes. And one specific show in Kingston were put on by Joe Gibbs. And I had Dennis Brown, Marcia Akins, a lot of Joe Gibbs artists was there, so you know I was invited there and I work and mash up the place again, and that's where I met Errol Thompson, and he offered me to record at Joe Gibbs studio, and went down there and did a song named The Creator. It released, but it was on like a compilation album. And then immediately after that, we did The Dread on a 40 Leg, which was a real big song about, you know, a madman really, you know, but being as he was dread and people never into dread them time, they discriminate against dread them, say a 40 leg kill him, so it was a big news, you know, so I counteract it by saying, stop spread propaganda upon the dread because the dread don't have no 40 leg in my head. And it is still one of my biggest songs to date.
Oh Lord, Lord have my chest. Ooh, yeah. I don't want to be left out of Zion Gate. I don't want to be shut out of Zion Gate. I don't want to be left out of Zion Gate. I need Johnny, Lord Almighty, to live in His love and feel. Oh, Jah alone can give I satisfaction. Fill my heart with love, love. Jah alone can give I satisfaction. Fill my heart with love, love. Nothing is wrong with your name. Everything is perfect. And He leads the way all day. The birds and the puppies in a good place of rest. And even the waters flow way beyond the rocks on the hills and the valley. Jah alone can give I satisfaction. Fill my heart with love, love. Jah alone can give I satisfaction. Fill my heart with love, love. Stop spread propaganda on the dread without no horn and them till the bonus on the gun together round and don't you be no clown of gun putting down. Me stop spread propaganda upon the dread. Me say me stop spread a propaganda upon it because the dread no have no 40 leg in him head, but he don't have no 40 leg in him head. Me say me go to the east, they my say so. Me say me go to the north, they my say so. Me say me go to the south, they my say so. Say about a run, they my run up, they mount on the dread. But a run up, they my run up, they mount on the dread. Cause let me tease about the music and the sound, the kind of satisfaction feeling. And so me say me stop, spread the propaganda. Me say me stop, spread the propaganda upon the dread. Because the dread no have no 40 leg in I'm head as I would tell it to you. But I want to listen carefully. I know but I get time wrong. So don't say that you know free, but I get time wrong. And let me bring you some. Now, Said I don't wanna be left out. Zion, yeah. I don't wanna be shut out. Zion, yeah. I don't wanna be left out. Zion, yeah. I don't wanna be shut out. Zion, yeah. I don't wanna be left out. Zion, yeah.
I used to sing and DJ, so I had the edge over a lot of people who could, who could really sing. You have people who used to sing, and then you have people who used to DJ. So, it's like two different categories, and I used to do one, so well that I just mash up the place,
Since you've been away, hoping tomorrow will bring you back to me. I know my love together.
For the past few years, I've been digging deep though, singing a lot of songs, and they're getting played here and there. And that is what lead to what is happening now, It's what lead to what is happening now. And the radio personnel and the sound system, them start play singers more now, and people do appreciate singers because that is the long-lasting music. I mean, it's a DJ, and DJ it come and it goes, it don't stay with you as long as a singer would stay. So, give thanks for the research, and much love to the people who's listening and love good music, and I'll continue to do great music.
Whoa, Lord, yeah, yeah. Whoa, Lord, see, in the midst of all my darkness, baby, whoa, Lord, you came along to guide me. Ooh-wee, you took pity on a lonely, lonely, lonely man. When you said that you stood by me, whoa, Lord. Now I never forget you for what you have done. I never turn my back on you for anyone. I've got so much love to give, man. I've got so much love to give you. Till there's more than enough, yeah, to last the whole life through. Oh, yeah, yeah. Over you. Oh, Lord, yeah. My world was so empty, baby, and my life was unfulfilling. Ooh-wee. When I needed someone to put me up, darling, you were so willing. Ooh-wee. Now to you it may seem like a little thing, a little thing, but to me it's like a world on a string. I've got so much love to you, babe. I've got so much love to give you. Till there's more than enough, yeah, to last the whole life through. Why, yeah, really love you, Lord Almighty. See, there's so few women nowadays. Yeah.
The controversy thing, I'm not really in it still, but God is for me, and I know that. And, I don't see why other people should tell other people don't sing about God or talk about God. Not being as they're not in the church 24 hours a day or in the church as regular as they would be, but I mean, God is God for me, and nobody can stop me from sing about God or call God name. So I just leave that as it is,
troubles, don't cry. Oh no. Just remember, Almighty God is standing by. Oh Lord, yeah. When you have heartaches, don't cry. Oh no, oh no. Just remember that God is standing by. Sometime when your burden is down, just remember God is standing by. Lord Almighty. So don't you worry and don't cry. Well, God is standing by. Lord Almighty. So don't you worry and don't cry. Oh no, no. When you have troubles, don't cry. Oh no. Just remember that God is standing by. Sometime when your burden is down, just remember God is standing by. Lord have mercy. So don't you worry and don't cry. Oh, oh, God is standing by. Lord have mercy. So don't you worry and don't cry. Oh no, yeah man, Jamaica may seem rough and hard sometimes, but you know what? Let's keep the faith alive, you know, keep hope alive. Yeah man, we're not gonna kill no more people, no see. Oh Lord, yeah. Listen to CTV, yeah, yeah. God is standing by. Thank you, Lord. So don't you worry and don't cry. God is standing by. Lord, abide that. So don't you worry and don't cry. Don't cry. Listen to the Father and don't cry. No, put your trust in God and don't cry. Don't cry. Hold on, no, don't cry. Don't cry. Don't you shed no tears.
Music has changed, you know. Back then, the DJs like me used to DJ and the rhythm that people is singing on. So, you know, whatever note the singer take, the DJ have to take too, you know. But nowadays, it's like just one boop, 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 boop right all along. So, you know, the creativity not really there, you know. But some of them sound good, you know, and it's music and it's young people music, so we have to go with the flow, you know. Yeah, we can't knock them like so.
Oh yes, it's been happening, and we don't want no more. Yes, it's been happening, yeah, yeah. Travel, we don't want no more right now. Oh no, no, tribal. Oh. Said I know that we are defending. See, I give their praises in the morning. Lord Almighty, when I hear the people say, they hear them say, see, they start sitting up and the licking cup. See, one by one they'll take a little something that the war is over. Yes, it's over, boy. We now see ourselves in a unity, celebrating with better sense enough that the war is over. No more wow. Trouble wow. Yeah. We don't want no more at all. Oh wait, hold on, trouble on. Yeah, I know that we are defeated. See, yes, yeah. Woo, woo, woo. Trouble, oh, yeah, yeah. Lord Almighty, trouble, oh. I know that we are hard to face. See, trouble, oh. We don't want no more down. Oh, no,
but you never will conquer.
This is Lincoln Sugar Minot, singer, songwriter, producer, organizer of the youth promotion organization. Say one love, good to be here with you all. Enough respect with time. Well, I was born in Kingston, right there under the clock there, I just say I was born in Fletcher's Land. But actually, I had since when I was at Chisholm Avenue, 26 Chisholm Avenue, so it's Maxfield area, Maxfield Park, Melrose School, all of that. Kingstonian, but a little country life in there to some along the line, 26 Chisholm Avenue, which is a famous lane in those times, because there was a big dance hall called Champagne Lawn. My house happened to be just right beside it, so from the day, coming from the hospital, there was a dance, constant dance. I grew up right beside the dance hall, which was the first influence, for me, because I used to study all the songs I used to hear and, we imitate it in, like, setting up cardboard box around the yard and, polish pan cover and all that. And I used to sing all the songs I heard from the dance the night before, Delroy, Wilson, and so on. So, sound system, that was the first influence that really brought me to the music. From Mopstick days, because a Mopstick was really a mic still. I used to perform for my family and, my friends from those times. But actually, first break I got, I wasn't even in a studio, but actually singing on a stage, was like, I used to enter amateur festival, young amateur festival competition, Tom Red Come Drive, as a small boy. I used to enter that amateur festival, and that was like pushing us out. First time on the stage, first time holding a mic, singing on a mic, because actually I was also a selector as a little youth. So I used to select sound system. So that sound system was the first urge. Then I tried to go on stage by entering the amateur festival song competition, And it took me from there to, linking up with the 12 Tribe of Israel organization. I'm meeting Pablo Black and, Earl Bagger Walker, which is a bass player while going there, and that brought me more into the band, singing in a band and, all that influence. So that was the push start right there for me, I come from a corner called Delamere Avenue and Langard Avenue, where you have people like Jan Holt used to hang out. You know, different singers used to pass through that place. Sir Coxon from the great late Sir Coxon, you know, used to pass through. And Tony Tuff, you know, meeting Tony Tuff, that he could play the guitar, you know, and we start singing there in that old car at Delamere Avenue, you know, doing our own thing. And it's like we meet him on this virgin called Derek Howard, you know, and he decided to form a group called the African Brothers. So, you know, while going to school in second form and thing, we formed this group called the African Brothers. You know, that's where I did my first song with Micron Music, you know, a brother named Mike Johnson, who was a big influence in my career because he believed in us as a group, you know, cause we were singing, you know, Rasta songs and cultural song, protest song, roots music, you know, and it wasn't so much accepted in those times. So this brother Mike Johnson, you know, who later formed Micron Music, he believed in us, and we had our first release coming out on Micron Music ITA label called Leader's Father, you know. After that, we did some more songs for people like Rupert Edwards, Cox and Dad, you know, Jukey Telwell. We had a good hit in England called Party Time. But Tony Tuff was the lead singer those times. You know, I was just carrying harmony and maybe lead one song here and there. But that was the first, like, stepping out in the studio, Harry J studio. You know, couldn't even reach up to the mic. I put up like a box, and, you know, there's my can't screw down, so I have to stand up on a box. We live in a world of sorrow, just wishing for a better tomorrow. The pains and the strains we bear, that seem to get worse each year. It's a fight, it's a battle for survival. So let's fight a good fight, never fall. Let's sing the songs of freedom. Let's pray for the rule of a righteous kingdom. You know, them kind of songs we used to sing. Roots song, Leader's Father, and we labeled was red, green and gold and all of that. So wasn't much accepted by, you know, the commercial public, but, you know, in England we did well, you know, couple songs here and there.
A Stonewall, the big song, the man has a great sugar mine.
Yeah, man, a Stonewall and all sound falling, if you test Stonewall and kick it up like a ball. When you take the lead, make sure you can maintain it. He that sound boy shouldn't try to test the Stonewall. Hey, we are the sprinters, stay a long distance runner. Sound boy, nobody try this. We Stonewall, them and the sprinters, stay a long distance runner. Sound boy, nobody try this.
When I went solo at Studio One, you know, the first song I did there was Wrongdoers, you know, a song on Eptone's rhythm or something like that. Cause we all started the doing over on rhythm thing. Because everybody went to Coxon like to make new songs, you know. But I had the idea because I was a selector from A Sound of Silence, you know, which I lived days. I used to make up songs to these rhythm long before. So while going to Coxon, I said, yeah man, I have a song for that rhythm already, and I have a song for that rhythm. This had never been done before. So I went to Coxon with the idea and said, yeah? So yeah man, I want to go back on Alton Ellis and Ken Booth, because those people were such an influence to me, you know, growing up, that I felt that I was left out of something good, you know, so I wanted to sing back on those same rhythm. I didn't need a new rhythm. So the first song was Wrongdoers, you know, and this is it. Coxon used to have a program that comes on like Saturday, like maybe 12 o'clock on JBC them time. I used to have to wait every week, you know, for that program to come out. She just caught me and she just said, maybe I could hear that song, you know. And the first time I hear that song, I tell you, it was such a joy, like an achievement, like, yeah man, make, you know, this is it now. They can't stop me again. You hear me there? Understand?
Could I never
never conquer I, no matter how they try. You're trying to conquer me. You never will conquer me. You're trying to conquer me. You just can't conquer me. Going around and saying you are the greatest. It's not the right thing to do. Oh no, no, no. You soon be running, begging for mercy. I'm gonna prove it to you. You see, you're trying to conquer me.
Going to Cox was kind of scary, right? Because everybody was telling me, don't go there, you know, that not working, you're not getting royalty, you're not getting this and all of that. But I was so much in love with studio and music and you know, music from that side that it didn't matter to me. I just wanted to sing, so I went there, signed 1 year contract at Studio One. You know, my first album was Live Loving, my first album, but actually the first song that got people listening to me like abroad was a cover song called House Is Not a Home, right? And in those times I used to walk and sell records, you know, because, you know, you're in the business, you're trying to work, but you're late for the work, you know, you go and dance last night. I used to work at Traffic here, using the drill and sleeping and all that, nearly killed me and all that. So one day I just decided, say, boy, I have to really take the music. It's either, you know? Because I remember one time while going for an exam, you know? And I really stand up and say, but I waste my mother money and time because I'm going to this place. I know I'm not going to be like that. I'm a church where I end up a student, right? And next time I was at R.A. Sylvia, my trade is a motor rewinding. I could do that, right? Anytime, even now. And you know, while there, the boss looked at me and said, no, man, because every lunchtime, my teeth are gone at Coxon anyway, come back late anyway, till one day, just say, look, but he just, and I agree with him and say, boy, just the music. So I had to walk and sell records. You know, I used to sell Dennis Brown records, you know, and all that. And I didn't have nothing to play it. Sometimes, you know, some man make you play out all their song, then I'm not buying none. And next time, you know, I could sing Dennis Brown, and I say, yeah, give me one of that. So while selling my African Brother record too, he used to make some big skank and all that, but after the man say, yeah, next week we buy that one. So this was my idea that I must sing a song that everybody's gonna like. I don't care. I'm not gonna beg them to like this song. As I play this song, they're gonna like this song. So that's how my first big hit in those times came about, which was Vanity. Because what I did was took some nursery rhymes, which I thought would be popular to everybody. Old King Cole was a merry old soul, merry old soul. But I'm saying I can't sing that. I have to make some sense. So I kind of shift around the nursery rhyme, you know, Old King Cole, the merry old soul is he. Old King Cole lost his gold. Now he's, you know, he's crying. You see, because he's a big man that he had all this riches and he was so nice, but now he get poor and calamity. So I'm trying to change these things. Look at Miss Mary Quiet Country, how does the garden go? Silver Bell Cracker Shell. But I'm saying there's no callaloo, no cabbage. So it's only vanity. It's all, you know. So I'm making the song like that, man, and trust me. Bam! Everybody was just like, yeah, give me one of that, give me that. I didn't have to influence nobody to really like the song, you know. So you have a song called Papa Roots, you know, Socialist Roots, which I was the first singer on that song. And even when they used to play that song, I used to stand up and hear it like, you know, just like how Sizzla have Dry Cry here 15 times, 20 times. And I wasn't even famous, because even those times, sometimes I couldn't even get in the dance. You know, because people, they used to keep me out and the man say, no, man, I let him sing that tune, they let him in. Because, you know, I never really have that up front. You know, where you never grew up with your father, the big brother, and you, the little one. You know what I say? It's like that forwardness that I should have had to push myself. I was like, you know, laid back. So I kind of hold me back a bit. But that was my first, you know, vanity. Yes, everybody know who this youth is, Sugar Minott.
Here is a message in what I've got to say to you. Alright. Old King Cole was a merry old soul. A merry old soul was he. Old King Cole lost his gold. Now he's trying to see. Don't put your trust in vanity, for it will let you down. Don't put your trust in vanity, or you'll be on the ground like Humpty Dumpty sat upon a wall.
My first agreement had like E-penny and Fard and Penny or something like that off a record. So like at Cox we used to get like every week, no matter what you get $20, you know? And then you don't know that, but if you sell off a song, you get $50, then you never get nothing more for life. And sometimes you're so hungry that you say, all right, you just take it and, you know, you don't know what you're doing sometimes, you're so young, you know. So many things like that, and, you know. But I was there for a purpose. I know I was leaving one day and I need to acquire this knowledge, you know, to go forward. You have to pay your dues, as they say, you know.
And it's spoiling humanity. A vanity, a broke out in now. For it is easier for a camel, to go through the eye of a needle than a rich man to enter in the kingdom of Mount Zion. No, a pure vanity and a spoiled humanity. A vanity, oh Lord, yeah. A pure vanity, alright. Yeah. For it is easier for a camel, to go to the eye of a needle than a rich man to enter in.
When I went to Studio One, like, there was no more Ken Booth, no more, this is a new time, right? Studio One was almost closed. There's new people trying to make music there. So the idea of bringing back old rhythms, which you see everybody sing on rhythms now, but that's where it started. Singing back on old rhythms brought back a life to the old, you know, Studio One. And then Freddie McGregor was also there trying to make new rhythms. It wasn't really happening. Took influence when I did the song like, come now, Natty Dread, come now, let us live together. And Freddie said, what? I said, come now, sister, will you come right now? So it started a whole, you know, a whole chain of new people going on rhythms. Then they had Channel 1 studios to start making over Cox rhythm. Then it was like a tug of war thing, Channel 1 versus Cox, you know, so it was like a school, going to school, you know, kind of nervous. You're going to this is a place where Bob Marley come from, you know, this is a place from the start the whole business, you know. So, but meeting Freddie and people like Ernest Wilson, Noel Bailey, you know, some other people, Jennifer Lara, late Jennifer Lara, she gone too. You know, that was kind of building a family, Silvertones, you know, and then bringing back the old rhythm. So every day we had something to do. Which rhythm we're going to sing today? What that, you know, and Sir Coxon giving us some history from the Scatterlights days when they used to play on the street and the struggle that they went through to build a sound and the police and everything. So it was like really getting a lesson, you know, and in the same time advancing yourself musically with such great musicians around, you know. Well, after Coxon, things that I wanted to do songs for myself. I was achieving some popularity, but not, you know, no finance and ideas that I want to do for myself, you know, music that I want to put forward. You know, sometimes Coxon wasn't agreeing with that, you know. Because I might sing a song, say, Africa, black man, or I say, yeah, Africa, whole of people, Africa, whatever, you know. I might say, Jaja this time, say, yeah man, Jaja that, whatever, you know. Once you got a certain kind of song, protests or political issues, you know, he's a man who kind of joy from that. So I wanted to say more things for myself. So I asked him if I could do songs for myself and for him. I said no, and then I had to leave. You know, I had to leave and, you know, bad way, not getting no royalty, not getting no statement or nothing. But I had to move on, and good thing I knew, you know, a brother called China Smith, which was, you know, part of the Soul Syndicate band, used to play in our corner, you know, Delamere Avenue. You know, we used to go there and watch rehearsal with them and, you know, get to know us. And I was kind of searching for somebody else to promote me after Coxsone and saying, ooh, then when I look around, there was much people that would be better than him, you know. So I figured, so why don't you just do what you want to do, you know? But there's no money, you know. And some youth from my area who, you know, Rude Boy and whatever, you know, because them, you know, you live in an area, get a area, them have them little singer, you feel them little prince or whatever, you know, and you look away and a man that say, well, man, you not sing for Coxsone again and all of that, and, you know, say, no, man, boy, things not work out, and Coxsone even wanted to sign me up back for like, you know, them time he wanted to give me $1,500 I was there for 5 years at Studio One, which I was under 1 year contract. But I wanted to be there, so I stayed. So the time when I wanted to make music for myself now, you know, they said that can't work, and then they check the papers, they had no hold on me. So they tried to sign me again, you know, but, you know, maybe I would be there still and get caught, but he want to give me 1,500 and they say, okay, I'll give you the 5 now, and when I come back from, I say, no, boy, this time I have to just firm. And the same day I got $800 from just some ordinary people because I found me the look at the time. I find a guy named China Smith. I booked some time at a studio called Channel One and buy a tape. And they decided to play for me for free. I never forgot I didn't pay 1 cent to none of the musicians. Because they knew Sugar Miner trying to youth from time, African Brothers and Ray. And that was it. You know, Ghettoology, my first self-produced album, signed to Trojan Records. You know, I put on my first big hit, River Jordan, you know, on my own Black Roots label, you know. And next 3 weeks I was selling back songs to Coxsone, you know, like, yeah, I had a van, and I had that, and I had that. And it all started from there, and you know, the rest is history. Just from there, you know, all over the world, Japan, England, you know, Europe, everywhere. Just all started from that one break that I got after leaving Studio One. Then doing my own production, those influencing lots of other kids, you know. Say, man, look at you, they produce, yeah man, we're gonna look for him, you know. So all of the youth them start to find me to see how, cause them days, you know, young people can't go in a studio and them say, you can't play bass, leave the studio. Or you have to peep through a hole, you know. You have to be related to somebody to really can go in a studio. So this was a break for other kids who saw what I was doing. And after that, it came Barry Brown, your next hit, Not So Lucky, Tristan Palmer, Splifftail, Rod Taylor, and we're just making hits after hits. Not really knowing the business, you know, because some next people are sell it and collect. But we in the studio, you know, and we're making, and we get these bigger people who give us some money, say, all right, you helped us out, so you help to help us to run the thing, because we don't know much. You know, and it started the whole youth promotion thing from there. So that's 79, leaving Coxsone, went straight into the Black Roots production, which evolved into the youth promotion organization, youth promotion sound.
Coming from the country, so we talk about that Cali. Woke up on a DC, they want to hold me. Come on, say. Don't you run down, you man, you won't get away. And if you sleep, you will slide. And if you run again, cause I've got my feet, alright. Stop writing my hit.
coming from the country. So it's a bag of Cali.
I work with,
Book up on a DC.
you know, most influential producer, Sly Robbie. They did a lot for my career with their music behind my voice at Channel 1 to really push it up to a standard, you know. I had a hit with 90, did some song, Lover's Race. I've sung for every producer that you could ever mention, unless they just start. Go see, you know, I started out with him, Jermaine, first set of recording, I started out with Jermaine, you know, Powerhouse, you know, Winston Riley, Randy's, you know. The only person I never really did any song for was Joe Gibbs. Because, you know, I'm kind of funny. So I deal with him. But, you know, I did, you know, and this was trying to build up the music, you know, because everybody said, Sugar Man, we need you on the label because, you know, without you and Dennis Brown not selling, so you have to be on this rhythm. And it was just like that. And then, you know, I was just willing to do this for, because I'm a very patriotic person. It comes to music and reggae and Jamaica, you know. So I would go in the last part of the hall where them say, no, this is the first time you have to go and promote the reggae down there, you know. And when it get bigger, you know, and I'm all, that's why I'm always, them say, Sugar Man will start this and Sugar Man will start that and that. It's not because I'm better than anybody, because nobody wouldn't do it, you know. Nobody wouldn't take in the youth them and bear with them and struggle out this and leave your career and in some bush or some dance with 10 little youth in some bush after you're international singer already and they want to Germany and you prefer for their Westball and all dance, you know. It's like that, you know. Like we figured that we were doing something for the music to make it better.
No job me gon' seeking because the youth them need feeding. But everywhere you go, it's no vacancy. Them must see one come interact. And everywhere you go, it's no vacancy. So tell me,
well, in terms of a producer, I've never really mentioned as a producer, you know. But there's a lot of songs that I've produced and many artists over the time. Junior Reid, you know, Garnet Silk, Tennessee, Nitty Tristan Palmer, Little John, Tony Weber, you know, musical youth, that was one of our discovery, you know, past the Dutchy, working with Jackie Me Too, that's my teacher, late Jackie Me Too, you know, great influence. He's a great producer that used to be amongst us, a musician from Studio One. Well, there's not much to say as a producer, and the fight that I get as a producer is because I'm a singer. They don't want it to be everything. You know, like, and other singers that I produce, as soon as, you know, they're getting a name, it becomes a competition. You know, someone says, Sugar Man that bring, I say, no man, go with one thing, man. You know, but when him little, he say, Sugar Man that's the Godfather. You know, and then when him be a big star, you know, if no one join up again, they'd rather go to Jammies, you know, or somewhere else that he's just a producer. So that was really hard.
And for the people just out watch me, cause everywhere you go is no vacancy.
As a singer, the worst thing for me is not being known in your own country. Although them say a prophet never reckoned. I've done so much thing in Jamaica, especially dancehall, you know, and nobody ever mentioned me. Like, no Beanie Man, no Bunty Killer, no. One time Buju Banton put it on his record. Oh, I used to go to you promotion, man, and this is Sugar Man, man, and you turn me. Bless him, you know. Bunty Killer tried to do a combination with me one time, Tuni, that was bad. Yeah, but it's really, it's not, if you give me $10 million over there, it couldn't compare to when I walked through either Jungle or Rima and I used to say, yes, father, or who that Mr. Minot? You know, it's like, you can't pay for that, you know? And to see, like, the people, you know, even really personalities and all that, who don't recognize the work that people put in, you know? That's the worst thing for me as a singer. Like, I mean, like, if you boom me on a stage show, I don't feel bad, you know? this is the worst place for me to work. Like, no matter where I'm coming from. Reach Jamaica, I've been on stage where people call my name, Sugar Miner. I never know that somebody could get boo for just their name being called. Like, I'm not on the stage, I'm not singing that yet, you know. No, ladies and gentlemen, because there's Ninja Man and some other people, right? So the Sugar Man, everybody want to hear Ninja Man whosoever. Now, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, Sugar Miner, boo! And then you have to go up there still, you know. But when me done with them, you know, them have to eat back them words. The world could have recognized me, I don't care. Germany, Russia, Belgium, you know, I go along to Northern Ireland with war fight for a sing. They want me at Israel now. They want me everywhere right now. They want me at Japan, China, and all those places, you know. And that's not what I want. I need the love from my people in Jamaica. That would be so great.
None of them are early pace setters, but as the journey get longer, none of them gonna get a weaker. Progress, but them are going like them alone run things, but it's not the work. So them are going like them alone run things. One compete just like a jerk, but the race is not for the sweet, no, neither for the strong, but for the man who can endure, yeah, to the end. Cause to me don't know set, then enough of them are early pace setters. And as the journey get longer, enough of them, they gonna get weaker. You're gonna put on the pressure. Hey! For them are going like, them alone run things, but it's not the work. So them are going like, them alone run things. Want them teachers like the jet. Will you be there when such a roll call? Hasty climber make a sudden fall. Will you be there when such a roll call? After a storm, you must be a calm. After we get them to dance all style, watch your know, they make it get vile. After we get them to wheel and turn, press the Charlie bill up, them more but it done. No way, for them I go like them run things, but I shoot them no know. I judge still a run things, them are early pace setters, and as the journey get longer, alright, they're gonna get weaker. They're gonna get weaker. Oh God, everybody don't know. Enough for them are just front running. And as the journey get longer, enough for them, my run out to stamina. They're gonna put down the pressure. Yeah, them are going like them alone run things, but it now go work. So them are going like them alone run things. Want them teachers like the judge. Grace is not for the swift, not a for the strong, but for the man who can endure to the end. Yeah, will you be there when Judge will call? Oh yeah, oh yeah. We'll never.
Youth promotion, we don't do a lot of things except from just keep dance. We try to pay tuition for kids that can't go to school, provide lunch money, books. You know, we teach, I mean, if you're a carpenter, we try to send you someplace where you can learn that. Because not everybody is singing and wearing and all of that, but we do a lot. And, you know, we never really get the help from the government because not that we couldn't get it sometimes if we approach them, but we never want it to be a one-side thing. Like if a youth come from Tivoli, you know, and if you come, the same can come. But if you go, some government man have them go to tell you, say, boy, we don't know them man there. And the next side they tell you, say, boy, our money, so, you know. So we never really get the funding from the government, which we need it still. And we're glad if we get it, because we've been helping out youth and kids in Jamaica for so many years. Still fighting, you know, like, one of my goals is really that I could stay in Jamaica as long as I want, and don't have to really travel to foreign every time that we need to achieve a thing, you know? That we could stay and say, somebody called from China and said, no, man, sir, I really feel leave, you know, be nice at Jamaica. But I can't do that. If I stay here, it's a big struggle for me. So the thing is that what drives me is working with the kids and the youth. So I'll be always working. We have enough young other artists coming up now, you know, KKI, Tampany, you know, Spiceman, Mark Henry. My daughter, Fire Passion, you know, she going good. Some of my kids in the business, you know, who's not gospel singer, some is engineer. I try to keep them away from it, but nobody don't want to hear me. They all want to be in this. They are influenced by it. They grew up with Yami Bowl and Julia Reed and all those people. You know, so the future is that getting more strong in my production as Black Roots Production, spreading out the youth promotion organization, because this is a worldwide thing, that if any country in the world they go, they know about youth promotion and the whole organization. But all this get bigger than me, right? Like a bite off more than you can chew. I have too much music in the world, which not under good management. So people be scrapping it there. You know, when them know say a liar, you know, have that big liar, you know, have that. Them scrap it. Them know say, oh, don't touch that man or Sean Paul. All right, no, don't touch the Marleys, you know. That's how Sugar Man, nah, yeah, this thing is so straight. So now the future for me is to get all this music all around the world, all these publishing and all this thing coming together as one. You know, our headquarters, One Robert Crescent, Kingston 5, youth promotion. We just opened a Ital Kitchen and a greengrocer and, you know, things like that. Develop more program for the kids in the area, you know. So me can keep my little thing, because more time my little music thing, it now works so big, so I have to generate, like making up a CD room to press CD, then a garment room so we can make T-shirts. That's the whole Sugar Miner thing, you know, bringing it to a, you know, big man thing. You see me I say, the youth thing, group, big man thing, and we just have an album from Tad's Records, Tribute to Studio One, right? That's Tad's old-time producer come back fresh doing some things. We do songs from all of my teachers, Alton Ellis, Ken Booth, John Old, late great Dennis Brown, which is my #1, you know, things like that. And this album is doing good now, so thinking of promoting this album, going to Europe, Japan, and America to promote this album for this year. And, you know, bringing back the youth promotion sound system, which was a great influence, you know, in those days. We lost it, you know, some time ago, trying to bring back that, and just working with the youth. And I'll be ever working with them, because that's what's motivate me, you know. That motivate me, and I figure I say, even Mr. Lincoln, you know, Mr. Lincoln, like, I need to not stay in a hole, because they don't call Barry Summer oldies, you know. And all of us sing long time, so if there's an oldie show, they call Alton, Ken Booth, and John Holt, I'm not going to be on it, because they're not going to call me. Because it's not so, the wine not so, you know, it's after them and they. So if they call new artists now, they're still not calling me. Some drop right in the middle, like with 20 of Tristan Palmer, Licky Chan, Philip Fraser, Johnny Osborne, all those people who create the whole dancehall thing. If people don't know them dropping out that wall. So my campaign is to really change all of that right now for Sugar Minot, you know. This was the first time. It's a long time ago, and this one, you know, them say the first cut is the deepest, you know, sweetest and all of that. But this was performing in my own hometown, like, you know, after everybody don't know who you is, ready to say you sing and all of that. There's Rich Theatre on Maxwell Avenue, and 12 Tribe of Israel was keeping a big show with Dennis Brown and Fred Locks and things. I was nervous. I was like, yeah, man, just everybody that I know was there. Imagine that, you know, family, friends, Mr. Brown from around the corner, Miss Mary, my little school friend, when I tell long time, say, me that, you know. And tell you, man, when I look and see so much red, green, and gold, you know, and 2 songs I go sing, you know. I didn't know how it was gonna go. It's the first time I run on the stage and say, Cha 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 cha, beg you lead us now. And that, you know, that welcome and that love that I felt, that was really amazing, because like this was telling me that, yes, you know, this is my first stage show, you know, first big, me like round the corner and all that, but this was my first big stage show looking at like thousands of people, you know, and that's a memorable moment. I'll never forget that.
I'm never gonna give him up.
Never gonna give job. That's not hard. That's not hard. That's not hard at all. Because, you know, I've done greater songs to me, like songs that sound better, but in the condition that my mind was when I was making that song, and the deliverance that that song brought to me in them times. I always remember it, because it was a desperate time, you know, and it has become my favorite. I always love to sing that song. Like, you know, I could go on stage and just sing out any song and all that, but when I'm into that, I'm gone. I'm like somewhere else. You know, never gonna give Jah up. Tell them that it's my song.
All those pretty girls in this whole wide world, but I never gonna give Jah up. No matter what they do, I never gonna give Jah up. No matter what they say, oh no, oh no, oh no, no. Jah got the whole world in his hands, in his hands. My papa got the whole wide world in his hand, in his hand. I tell you, he's got the rich and the poor. I know he's got the young and the old. So what's the use in seeking vanity and lose your soul? I never gonna give Jah up. No matter what they do, I never gonna give Jah up. No matter what they say, oh no, 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 no.
I'm Mr. Reggae Ambassador.
Young Reggae Ambassadors will take the spotlight this Friday and Saturday night in Young Reggae Ambassadors, the concert, night 1.
Friday, February 19th.
The women take center stage with Jamila Falak,
Naomi Cowan,
Sharita Lewis, Althea Hewitt, Joby J, and Chanel Muir. And on night 2,
Saturday, February 20th.
the men roll in with Jay Summer, Samurai, Ibamar, Siobhan, and Runkus. The future of reggae music on display. Young Reggae Ambassadors on the Reggae Jamaica mobile app. Hashtag Reggae Month 2021. Come catch the rhythm virtually.
I'm Mr. Reggae Ambassador.
Echoes of Sound Systems. This Friday and Saturday night at 9:30 p.m. Friday, February 19th, Clash 3 of 4. Kush International versus Red Heat. Saturday, February 20th, Clash 4 of 4. Top Class versus Jam Rock. Echoes of Sound Systems. It's a dance hall thing.
Reggae Month is February. February is Reggae Month. Come catch the rhythm virtually. We gone online totally on Reggae Month TV. Mega reggae concerts, interesting reggae documentaries, informative reggae symposia, and lots more. Online daily from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. on PBCJ, Jam Vision, JCDC Facebook page, and several other cable and social media platforms. Details available on the Reggae Jamaica mobile app, Reggae Month TV. Tune in daily and be entertained and informed.
Living in Jamaica is an experience that you cannot put in words. There's an energy in the atmosphere that just feels good. There are so many aspects of Jamaica that I think makes it second to none. The best food, the best music, the best people. We can go on and on about the good things about living in Jamaica. There's a parish in Jamaica called Portland. I think that's one of my favorite places to be. It's one of the most nature-oriented parishes, and I love the nightlife in Kingston. Once you come here and you get that connection with the people, that connection with the food and the music and just the lifestyle is something that you'll always remember. People should visit Jamaica because I'm sure 100% that it is the place to be on planet Earth. You need to come here and you will get an experience that you will never forget.
Presenting highlights of the Children of the Icons concert tour.
Children of the Icons.
Providing a platform showcasing young and emerging artists in the Jamaican music industry.
Now, Tabia, help me welcome the man, the son of one of our icons, Mr. Leno Banton.
I'm Mr. Purify your mind, heart and soul. From me, then me relieve control. See me when you see me, I know me alone. More the most I. Purify my heart and soul. Shine like gold, no fear, no unknown. See no physical, but me still a roll with the most I. Thanks to Jah, nothing yet me never short. And my brain keep fed, physical health no falter. Mind stay pure, keep positive thoughts. If you purge your heart to sip the holy water. Find the balance, love off me root starter. Flame off you burn, I am the fire starter. Don't have the power, no fear, no witchcraft. Raise frequencies every chant on my chant. Bang bang, bada bang bang, bada bang. Keep me from the serpents. Bang bang, bada bang bang, bada bang. Most time, please lend me a strength. Bang bang, bada bang bang, bada bang. Can't perpetrate my defense. Bang bang, bada bang bang, bada bang. Most time, not leave my presence. Purify your mind, heart and soul. From me, then me relieve control. See me when you see me, I know me alone. Me with the most high. Purify my heart and soul. Shine like gold, no fear, no unknown. See no physical, but me still a roll with the most high level. Me a tell you say the Christ in a all away. All if your heart bitter like a Cersei. Me nah sugarcoat it. A fish scrub that clean wash out till you fresh like a Listerine. What we need for the planet and clean for the mileage, but you have to start with the mind, soul and the body, which is self. If you try, Jah will help. When you reach at the gate, just ring the bell. Bang bang, bada bang bang, bada bang. Me want to be a student of love. Make me wise and prudent. Don't Jah can't feed on the negative no longer. Bang bang, bada bang bang, bada bang. Creating me a clean heart, oh God, be a permanent resident in me heart. Every time I walk, every speech. Purify your mind, heart and soul. From me, then me relieve control. See me when you see me, I know me alone. More the most high. Purify my heart and soul. Shine like gold, no fear, no unknown. See no physical, but me still a roll with the most high. I Mr. Steadily, I'm Mr. Steadily Bounce Gang. I, this up, let no banter no come in again. I, Mr. Steadily, I'm Mr. Steadily Bounce Gang. I, this up, let no banter no come in again. Yeah, make some nice for yourself, my people. I don't know another day. I don't know what y'all love, you know. I don't want to write it now. It's like going up on the beach side. When I see the moon, boy, you know. The man them when I tell them ladies, say, yo, come and take her to the water side, you see. Ladies, on for you. Yeah. I just wanna take you by the water. Girl, you look so nice In your eyes I see myself. I just wanna take you wider, wanna. Girl, you look so nice. In your eyes I see myself. Let me take you by the water. Heart and beat like a 1-2 order in your elements, so you're feeling calm or water, baby. Bet you have a feeling like this late. Let me take you by the water, you see the reflection. Vibes is right, make a love connection. Show you the truth, girl, no deception. I got the right intention. Say she love when the water it get moonlit. Remove excess, make we go skinny dip. Make the lips black the moon like it's an eclipse. Clutch to my face while my hole in your hips, girl. Take you wider, water. Girl, you look so nice. In your eyes, I see myself. I just wanna take you wider, water. Girl, you look so nice. I'm telling ladies them now. Yeah. I'm stepping up the love for me. You have the same fish and okra body. Girl, you know paper creepy crawly. Baby, let me put it in calmly. Then you get a rough rider, pull a whole nighter. Every curve, me want decipher. You me want to know me like a high. You wanna know Delilah? Take you by the water. Girl, you look so nice. In your eyes, I see myself. I just wanna take you by the water. Girl, you look so nice. Take you by the water. Girl, you look so nice. In your eyes I see myself. I just wanna take you by the water. Girl, you look so nice. In your eyes I see myself. Yeah, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, center stage, children of the icon, we present to you, yes sir.
Rebel up, no, cut it like a leg, press them a roll low. Yeah, yeah. Well, you know, boy, we take control. We are taking control. Make way for the rebel empress. Militancy in excess. Protect you from the old system where I broke you down. Then the way you expect. Make way for the rebel empress, yo. Militancy in excess. Protect you from the old system where I broke you down. Then the way you expect. Big cat up front, sir. Circle your ends like a salsa. Circle your head ballet dancer. Prime medic to the chancellor. True to the lioness order. Salute to the kings and the fathers. They want them a real and pretend them a drink cause them know say the queen of the answers. Hold up. The rebels them are advocates. And rebel music are the side effect. And revolution are the final step. So black woman hold up your head and guide your lineage. Make way for the rebel empress. Militancy in excess. Protect you from the old system where you broke you down. Then the way you expect. Make way for the rebel empress them. Militancy in excess. Protect you from the old system where you broke you down. Give me a bounce for now now. I'm a flash in the grass. Lioness man they hunt no bad that pass no remark. Or beat the burn of the lion when me pass them menace. Respect due to the balance with no predominance. No, no, I may say Omega style, I'm a Nazi kind. And you know me, I support the African child. Me no meek or mild, but them say we white. Cause when them know say when we start we fall, we hostile. Make way for the rebel empress. Militancy in excess. Protect you from the old system where you broke you down. Then the way you expect. Make way for the rebel empress then. Militancy in excess. Protect you from the old system where you broke you down. Then the way you expect. Lord, femininity at its finest. Then reverse all of the problems that we find. So while we're choking on our silence, while we're raising it so proud. want to participate a little bit from a please. So you see, because we say want more Rebel Empress in the place, want to show me that. So when we say, rebel up now, I want all the fierce lady them in the building say, lioness roll out. Wanna get that? Rebel up now. 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 One more time. No. Rebel up now. Lioness roll out. Rebel up now. Lioness roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Lioness roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Yeah. Lioness roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Lioness roll out. Roll out. Roll out. So right now, that song here is really promoting some love and some peace in the place, you know, because you see the woman them sometimes will argue too much. Allow me to tell, man. Allow me to tell. I true, me hear you, you know, I say true. Alright. You see all of the woman them right now wanting to make me a promise. When you go home, don't argue with the darling. Don't argue with the darling. Say don't argue. Don't argue. Don't argue. Alright? On the promise, you know, on the promise. Men, make a note of it. Run it tones. Why don't you be my sunshine? Why don't you be my sunshine? Why don't you be my sunshine? Oh, 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 oh. It's your star. Only him alone can swing the last one. The jelly in the top part, blocking the tree. No other man from no other country ever give me water so sweet. No, 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 yeah. Tonight me not go argue with me time. I know me not go quarrel with me time. Sweet Jamaican king, me know them want him. And girl a roll one tear off him garment. Tonight me not go argue with me time. No, no, me not go quarrel with me time. Strong Jamaican king, me know them want him. So with the liquor, me kill him with the love, babe. Me not go a foreign, let me sweet paradise. Cause my body never make for freeze with ice. Me just love how the sun treat me chocolate skin. Now you're making him love the chocolate thing. And it's the early Saturday morning, break up a rafting, jelly water and pure laughing. Me operate how the king treat him empress right. And it's a real paradise. Whoa, 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 yeah. Tonight me not go argue with me time. No, no, me not go quarrel with me time. Sweet Jamaican king, me know them want him. And girl a road once here off him gone. No, no, me not go argue with me time. No, no, me not go quarrel with me time. Strong Jamaican king, me know them want him. Get a nigga, let me kill him with the love. Give me a drop, me not go argue. When them tell me for come, me not go argue. When I time for the one I miss it. Wait the king, make my bring your clothes come. Hey, wait the king, me not go argue. When them tell me for come, me not go argue. When I time for the one I miss it. Wait the king, make me bring your roots come. Hey, wait the king, make me bring your roots come. Argue with me time. No, no, me not go quarrel with me time. No, no, me not go argue with me time. No, no, me not go quarrel with me time. Yeah. Quarrel with me time. Yeah. Outside. Give thanks. All right, all of the women, remember when I promised, you know? Remember when I promised. All right, so this one is my final one. All of the people in the building who rape Bounty Killer, remember soon to show up an answer. If you rape Bounty Killer and what him do for dancehall and reggae music, show up an answer. This is a tribute to him. Yeah, yeah. Well, our vibes right now. My name is Yazza for those who don't know. Negril, big up on yourself. and like Beretta. Say the same lick them on up, then you know it's not no cigarette. I lick a smoke detector for the heat when me a flicker. From year 91, me study killer. And I mean them war running and no for them not get no straight, no one see that. So me have to pick up who set it first. Wrong Godzilla, tell them anytime we hungry for dinner. Me a come for rice and peace, I tell the chef them better ready for deliver. No stamina, we see them a beginner. Heavyweight contender, knock them out and call it thriller in Manila. No call the youth, no nigga is a Nikos. The brands you're wearing never sponsor youths at Tico. How you a hype up in a Gucci like a idiot. You think I'm what your mother playing off of video. You floss the most in on the dance and you can't keep up. And when no time for raise the youth, your pocket freeze up. Look into my eyes, this is not a joke. Better careful about the things you are promote. Tell them once again, this is not a game. We say the things when them I don't know for your little pain. So just tell me what you see when you look at me. Feel I wanna sing it for me now? Yeah, wait till you on the track. Hold on, sing it with me. Tell me what you see when you look at me. When I hear you, you know. Yeah, get till you on the track. Hold on, no. Just tell me what you see when you look at me. Well, we get to you on the track. Oh, another part here. Look into my eyes. Tell me what you see. Can you feel my pain? Am I your enemy? Show us a better way. Things are really bad. The only friend I know is this mic I have. Listen to my voice. This is not a threat. I hope you see this now. Are you worried yet? You've been talking about you want the world to see, but when you show us hope, we will show you peace. Hey, just tell me what you see. Just when you look at me. After all, we get to you on the track.
The son of Queen Africa. I'm a Roo. This is the house. I'm the Rastafari. Daddy, don't touch me there. I'm gonna tell on you one day, I swear. Can't you see I'm scared? It's supposed to be my father. Daddy, don't touch me there. I'm gonna tell on you one day, I swear. Can't you see I'm scared? It's supposed to be my father. Every day I wonder why my daddy had to be the one to take away my innocence. Oh, sometimes I wanna die, feels like no one cares for me, and it's evident that something must be wrong with me. I'm not as happy as I seem to be. Long showers I take don't wash away the memories. Why do I have to face these tragedies? Go through struggles in life on my way to have my daddy touching me, that just not fair. Stopping from destroying my future. Believe me, he's behaving like a creature. Daddy, don't touch me there. I'm gonna tell on you one day, I swear. Can't you see I'm scared? It's supposed to be my father. Daddy, don't touch me there. I'm gonna tell on you one day, I swear. Can't you see I'm scared? It's supposed to be my father. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, 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 yeah. Fantica B, how you feeling? Yes, man, we feel energy, man. Blessings, man. Alright, so I'm gonna do some of my tune, you know. I make the item know a little bit of I'm a row. I'm red, 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 red. Oh, I see, oh, yeah, yeah. I listen, I sing, chanting, I got bingy all day. Chanting, I got bingy all night. Protect me, almost dying at this valley of tide. This rocky road where me ride, road where me ride, yeah. Chanting, I got bingy all day. Chanting, I got bingy all night. Protect me, almost dying at this valley of die. This rocky road, this rocky road. Me through the beast when me yard to the east. But the hope, the triple crown and them thousands of priests. And not days and no months and not thousands of weeks. Babylon of black woman in a thousands panties. Families get destroyed 1,000 countries. Just know that Rastafari is counting on we. Know the truth be redefined, get outspoken and free. All when white supremacy choking on me. Chanting na ya bingi all. Chanting na ya bingi all night. Protect me, almost dying at this valley of die. This rocky road, this rocky road. Chanting na ya bingi all. Chanting na ya bingi all night. Protect me, almost dying in this valley of die. This rocky road, this rocky road. El Most High, oh red, 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 oh red, red, chanting na ya bingi all day. Me Eli still I say all night. Protect me, almost dying at this valley of die. This rocky road, this rocky road, chanting na ya bingi all day. Me Eli still I say all night. Protect me, almost dying at this valley of die. This rocky road, this rocky road. Red, red, red. I red, I red, I red. Red, 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 red. I red, I red, I red, red. Yes, I give thanks. Alright, so I want to know about black excellence and black acceptance, Afrocentric behavior and attitude and style. Oh yeah, yeah. Whoa, whoa, yeah. Whoa, whoa, baby, baby. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. My love all of you, the positive, the negative part of you, embrace it, every side. Want it, baby, want it, baby. My love all of you, the positive, the negative part of you, embrace every side. Want it, baby, want it. Hey, looking at the mirror, tell me what you see. Someone very beautiful is looking at she. The fact is that you're natural, furthest thing from optional. You got me thinking rational. Me need a family. Insecurities will forward in a 2s and 3s. That's why me keep the love between you and me. And so me take it practical. You sick me there, your hospital. I love you is phenomenal. Oh, me love all of you. The positive, the negative part of you. Embrace it, every side. Want it, baby, want it, baby. We love all of you. The positive, the negative. Embrace. Na 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 na. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, oh yeah. Whoa, whoa, I embrace my embrace. Oh baby, baby. remove the negative part of you, embrace it every side. One, yeah. Yeah, man. At the essence of love, you know. Blessings. Give thanks. Red. Try to take my life, Rastafari shine the light. Well, try to take my life, Rastafari shine the light. Well, I'm the conquering lion and the iron sharp my iron. 10,000 carelesses when I will never see Zion. White Jesus on your calendar, boss of them a lion. Black niggas and the powers and the king and the triad. Not for worship images, rape them, murder them, annihilate villages. Then them say man a fi dead when no one living is. Rastafari a go show me who the villain is. Try to take my life, Rastafari shine the light. Try to take my life, Rastafari shine the light. Well, on the fucking ways and evil mind, them the ways of the feeble kind. Better them go and go redesign. Read the Bible, clean the mind. You love your brother, so please decline. No kill him when him did a feel the fine. Betrayal when him did a deal with crime. Tell him a lie and you feed the mind. Miracle him never see the sign. Kill him and then you go reap the price. Tell him that he goes out quick demise. But he get freeze up with the ice. Coming like Judas with the Christ. No for them want to victimize. Red. Try to take my life, Rastafari, I'm Mr. Try to take my life, Rastafari, shine the light, yeah. Rastafari, shine the light. Rastafari, shine. Come on the stage, man. Come on. Eden. Try to take my life. Rastafari, I'm Mr. Eden. Try to take my life. Rastafari, shine the light. I'm a part of this. Real Rasta Road. Same time bring me. Feel live.
Guest artist, reggae superstar, busy signal. Now make them set we up. Technology set away. Hey Negril, tell them this. So me ask, who's calling me from a hand?
No, so we no answer no unknown number. Nah, pick it up if it's a private call. Me grill no answer no private. So me say who's calling me from a unknown number? We no answer no unknown number. Nah, pick it up if it's a private call. Gangsta no answer certain call. So who could it be? How would them a pre? No call me phone if you no want me to see. For my work for your feet, but don't let me be. And tap your phone spy out like the KG. Nigga, so if them know the number block, tell them no call. Well then me nah go answer even if I'm in ma. Well then regular them tip it up and block them call, but me no pick it up any grill. So me ask again now who's calling me from a unknown? No, me no answer no unknown number. Nah pick it up if it's a private call. Youngsters and the grill, Reggae Month. Who's calling me from a unknown number? Me grill a redemption song, I sing it with me now. Me say free up, free up, free up, free up, yes. Free up, free up, free up. So me say what is to be must be. Don't just set me free. Hey, me grill. Me say we not go to jail again. I will never gonna feel again. Like a ship we are go sail again. You would never see me call my friend for bail again. Now see me a quote, no more. No bracelet up in the house, no more. Step out and hold me one for sure. Real hustlers the road and make money can lure you on the grill. Me say if you ever been to jail before, you have to keep a eye open even if you a snore. I'm out of cardboard, some man a beat it on the floor. Tired for Mark X and hear the steel doors a roar. The one of them, if you ever been behind the bars, know some innocent them have to live with the scars. Just the sky in the you come a road a war. Hey Reggae Month, me grill out. Me say we not go to jail again. We never gonna feel again, yes. Like a ship we a go sail again. Dude, I never see me call me friend for bail again. Nah, see me a courthouse no more. No bracelet up in the house no more. We step out and hold me one for sure. Real hustlers the road and make money. Level. Ladies, yes, give me another chance, baby. Another chance, girls. Another try. One's up, one's up, one's up, one's up. One more. And the girl me say, oh, one more. Yes, my ladies, one more night. Cause I can't live without you. And the girl me say, one more night. Baby, give me one. Oh, yes, a million more nights. Cause I can't sleep without you. Alright, cause every day me say me want her now my life. I mean no want to wake if she not dead by my side. I beg her oblige, swallow me pride. My world so cold without you and me feelings can't hide it. Remember when she said she need me up. Make love from the room to inna the hallway, girl. Me no really want to learn the hard way. No afraid to say, hey ladies, and sing it, say one more night. Hey, give me just in on the grill, girls, one more night. Cause I can't live without you. Hey, my ladies, one more night, baby. Oh, yes, a million more nights. I can't sleep without you. I remember when she missed me, call me and tell me, say she was. Me never reach in time and she a ball for me. But soon as me reach the doorway, big smile on her face, she lock me down for the whole day. Girl, me no want you to stray. Me no want you to leave. Me no want you to leave. Respect the human them. Don't leave me in dismay. Me love the ladies bad. So me sing this. And give me just one. Sing it a little louder, one more. Oh, cause I can't sleep without you. Baby, 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 baby. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ladies, girlfriend, ooh. Me say me love the woman, them sometimes me ball to the woman, them feel nothing at all. And say, I wanna give you some sweet. In on the grill on the nice. Yes, oh baby girl, hold me tight. I wanna treat you right, yeah, yeah, yes. shift. Baby, love up the woman, them love up the woman. So when no man want loving in the night, she clear up and up under the bedroom. Oi, she crawl up in my arms like a spider. Body fit in the Vicky where she inside. Then me introduce her to the bunny energizer. Loving in abundance, she get cause me no miser. Start sing a phrase like the phantom synthesizer. I go to man in and alright, I wanna give you some sweet love. Sweet love, whoa, 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 whoa. On the night shift. Later on the night shift. Oh, baby girl, hold me. I wanna treat you right, yes. On the night shift. Baby. Negril, guess what, go on? Sun gone in, stars come out. Moonlight a shine right through the house. Light the candles, make y'all move the couch. Tonight me want hear when you say, ooh, oh. Lock off your phone, don't make nobody call you. Busy signal, me not go biggie smile you. Baby, we making love and let it flow. Lock off the music, Negril sing and give you some sweet. Later on the yes, oh baby girl, oh. On the night shift, baby. In a Negril, Reggae Month, in a Negril, yes. All visitors, all yardy, no matter where you come from, one love, sit ya. See now that I've lost everything to you. Say you wanna start something new, and it's hurting my heart completely. Tell me you're leaving, and if you wanna leave, take good care. Hope you find a lot of nice things out there. Hope you remember now the nice people get bad out. Nickel, sing that one, you know. Oh, pull up again. Now what's that Nickel? Come on today. Yo, represent the ladies of love, girl. Yeah. I've been alone with you inside my mind, and in my dreams I've kissed your lips 1,000 times. I sometimes see you pass outside my door. Negril, don't fear for joining up. Hello. Is it me you're looking for? I can see it in your eyes. I can see it in your smile. You're all I ever wanted. My arms are open wide. Negril, cause you know just what to say, and you know just what to do. But let me start you so much. What? Love you, baby. Love you, baby. Love you, girl. Love you, baby. Love you, baby. Love you. I start to see the sunlight in your hair. Reggae style. And tell you times and times again how much I care. Sometimes I think my heart will overflow. The girl said, hello. Alright then, I just got to let you know. Girl, I wonder where you are, and I wonder what you do. Are you in a Negril feeling lonely, or is someone loving you? Tell me how to win your heart, cause I haven't got a clue. But let me start by saying, lucky off. One heap of love that we preach. Flowers in my garden. Pretty baby, yeah. Ain't the grill, me say you. No other one but you. Baby girl say it feels so good right now, yes. You believe in love, that's why I rock on the one that's enough. Oh, me mean what me saying from me heart. Baby girl, me and you would never part. Girl, me say you got me now your comfort zone. Solid as a rocker, alright then. And then, boy, baby, and no games me a play. I and I woulda never ever stray. Girl, me say you got me now, your comfort zone, get me solid as a rock. You believe in love, wave your hands up. I believe that love is a powerful thing, a feeling deep within. And if you believe in love, free up your mind, let this flow within. As early as the morning start, I'm giving thanks for this lovely thing. Well, with every beat of me heartbeat of me heart, girl, pray that you woulda never. And I want a girl now hold me so tight yet, babe. None of them never cheese me. All them never please me. And me say, Lord, you shine so bright. No girl never squeeze me so tight yet, baby. Yes, boy. None of them never, them never groove me. And me say, Lord, you shine so bright. Yes. All the single ladies, big up on yourself. All the ladies in a relationship, big up on yourself. Yeah. Hello, baby, can you come on? Right now, loneliness taking over. Me need you tonight, you're my lover. Come warm me up under the cover. Make we rock till the lampshade turn over. Rub me chest, rest your head by my shoulder. I make we listen to some Anita Baker. Make love and wake up in the grill area. Sing, girls, you're all I need, and I'm all missing you, miss you, baby. I miss you, oh yes. I need your tenderness. I can't resist you, miss you, baby. Jaja no. RC, oh, me tell them this. Dreams are the things I see, right in front of me in the grill. Say, as I open my eyes, yes, I give thanks to life. Oh. Reggae month, a reggae style. Oh yes, Jah. Boom. As the days goes by, alright, what me sing say, out comes the sun, shining on my face. Birds get me high so I can. Me want the whole of nigga, we have to enjoy reggae month. Dreams of brighter days. I love Jamaica, me nah sell out. And can't clip a wing, we always fly out. Whether we there a yard or abroad, anywhere we there, we bigging up Jamaica. Under the tree, with a glass of lemonade. Jumping at the river when me ready for bed. No boy can't buy. We want to see all the phone lights, all the lighters. Everybody sing now. Hey, Jim. We wanna feel Jamaica love. Now I wanna represent the people of Jamaica. Hey, the grill visitors from all over. Hey, Jamaica love. Tourist board say Jamaica love. Now I wanna represent the people of Jamaica. Jamaica love. Represent where you're born. True enough hurricane and storm. From the crime rate shop, when no matter about that man still a hustler than a guan. Yard man have the link to the link, fi connect Canadian, American, England. Make sure say when you're there foreign and hustle, mama visit Western Union. Hey, big up the foundation. All yard man, so we have ambition. Now flash out all the money for SSP and NSC and guns and armies. Hey, real Jamaica, me say show with the yarn. Visitors, me say which fire you stand. Light it up, push up the hand them, cause the whole of we I wanna say. Hey, Jamaica love. We wanna feel Jamaica. Love, yes. I wanna represent the people of Jamaica. And me say Negro say we love Jamaica. And Jamaica love. Level it again. Listen to them lyrics, sir. Big up the youth who are white car glass. Use watch and always at end last. Don't give up. Don't give up. Jimmy Cliff said, many rivers to cross. Help out the sister if she get lost. Don't turn her face to the grass and pass. Show love to the elders. Respect you can pave the way in the past. Some boy go on like say them better than people. Through them a drive a one vehicle and vanity make them move evil. It's easier. For a camel walk through the eye of the needle. Than the rich figure sit down in a Zion and pitch. That now walk. Any of me ever hungry me I look for every ackee tree. Hey Negro, hey Jamaica love. We wanna feel. Gotta get your bread, gotta keep your head up. Gotta get your bread, gotta keep your head up. All hustlers keep on your head up. Every get mountain on the grill. Tell them, say, these are the flipping days. When they got them in them teens of the flipping days. No youths no have the breeze, but them have the grades. Picture this and drive the seat with your flipping ears. These are the flipping times. Yeah. When your sneakers empty only nines. Some may call upon Jesus and them commit the crimes. Nothing literate and still I read between the lines. Hey, Reggae Month, say those are the flipping dudes. Claim them are your friend, I want your flipping food. Then, well, enough of them are rob, well, enough of them are rape, well, enough of them are steal, well, enough of them are shoot. It's like we need a rating or on the flipping news. Yes, these are the flipping days when you can't just put. Independent people, no work and buy them. No one can buy. Game brand on the ends and the eye. Don't say tiny more. Never last an extra day upon the eggs because it think they're buying him. You have some boy, them a hype and a way people things. No for them a borrow and a share people things. Friend me no beg, alright, the grill. Say no for boy out the funny. Also to what you want cause the grill no spend certain money. No for boy make any say trick them. And the things out the sea can them woman go strip them. We no watch man pocket what them spending. Gangsta and sponge from boy me not begging. Give thanks to Father God for each and every blessing. Even though more time we stressing. Boy can't buy me out. Streets anywhere we go. The dog them serious. Nigga we not nervous. Nigga, me tell you about, oi, man we call like a Eskimo. Hey, Reggae Month, no boy can't go round we. Hey, nigga, me sing this. One phone call it take to make some boy wipe off a hurt and chop down. Can't this nigga da? Me no matter about you and me no care about that. Yeah. Can't talk in them. Say you run place, I run, you run around that, yeah. Say man a action pack some boy. Everybody sing. Oh, you enough of them. Oh, you enough of them stay so. Oh, you enough of them stay so. Oh, you chat them a chat, no action for back. Enough of them stay so. Enough of them stays. Enough of them stay. Chat them a chat, me no pay that no mind level. Empty barrel and make nice and them I don't know. Can't step to the president, all of the dog, them a real mad smaddy. Some boy have a one piece of metal and a pose, but them no bad man from nowhere. You must see don't love your life, cause it not work if you step to me. No for them stairs, so. No for them stairs. Big up on yourself, this is Busy Signal, yeah? Nigga. Peace.
Exclusive sound systems. This Friday and Saturday night at 9:30 p.m. Friday, February 19th, Clash 3 of 4. Kush International versus Red Heat. Saturday, February 20th, Clash 4 of 4. Top Class versus Jam Rock. Exclusive sound systems. It's a dance hall thing.
Young Reggae Ambassadors will take the spotlight this Friday and Saturday night in Young Reggae Ambassadors, the concert, night 1.
Friday, February 19th.
The women take center stage with Jamila Falak,
Naomi Cowan,
Sharita Lewis, Althea Hewitt, Joby J, and Chanel Muir. And on night 2,
Saturday, February 20th.
the men roll in with Jay Summer, Samurai, Ibamar, Siobhan, and Runkus. The future of reggae music on display. Young Reggae Ambassadors on the Reggae Jamaica mobile app. Hashtag Reggae Month 2021. Come catch the rhythm virtually.
I'm Mr. Reggae Ambassador.
Do you You have the Reggae Jamaica mobile app on your phone? No? Well, you could be missing out on news, views, interviews, events, and so much more about the impact of reggae music across the globe. Information at your fingertips about Reggae Month and other exciting reggae events. That's the Reggae Jamaica mobile app, now available in the Apple or the Google Play Store. Get it now!
Everybody wanna feel.
Reggae Month is February. February is Reggae Month. Come catch the rhythm virtually. We gone online totally on Reggae Month TV. Mega reggae concerts, interesting reggae documentaries, informative reggae symposia, and lots more. Online daily from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. on PBCJ, Jam Vision, JCDC Facebook page, and several other cable and social media platforms. Details available on the Reggae Jamaica mobile app, Reggae Month TV. Tune in daily and be entertained and informed.